mereka diberikan kepastian kalau mengikuti dengan melakukan hal yang benar dan legal dari sisi compliance, dari sisi regulasi dan administrasi. Berikut, inilah satu contoh jadwal pembelajaran untuk siswa kelas 5, di mana kita secara spesifik kalau mengikuti kurikulum darurat ini bisa melakukan berbagai macam aktivitas dari Senin sampai dengan Jumat. Saya dengan kali dan topik bacaannya dan topik aktivitasnya menyambung. Kemudian numerasi juga kita kembali kepada konsep-konsep operasi yang fundamental.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are delighted to welcome you again to the second International Conference of Technology and Educational Science 2020 in Faculty of Education, Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha, Bali, Indonesia. Today, we will continue our session with a presentation from our keynote speaker, Professor Seung Wong Yoon from Texas A&M University Commerce. This session will be moderated by Mrs. Lohputu Putrini Mahadewi, SPD MS. To Mrs. Lohputu, the floor is yours.
Thank you for the time. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am very honored to be assigned as a moderator for the fourth keynote speaker session for the second International Conference on Technology and Educational Science 2020, held by the Faculty of Educational Science, Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha, Bali. Ladies and gentlemen, the fourth industrial revolutions bring extensive changes in the nature of work. The technology is blurring the lines between physical, digital, and biological spheres. The workforce must have ability to communicate, to collaborate, and to connect with others. For more information regarding workplace learning and digital transformation, we have invited the expert. He is Professor Seung-won Yoon. Prof. Yoon is a tenure full professor in the Department of Higher Education and Learning Technologies at Texas A&M University Commerce, United States of America. He graduated from the University of Illinois with his doctorate in human resource education. He focused on research and teaching on leadership, social network analysis, and learning machine. Prof. Yoon wrote books, articles in many highly indexed journals, and he currently serves as associate editor of Human Resource Development Quarterly Journal, a top journal in workplace learning and human resource development. Prof. Yoon is a past president of AECT, the chapter of Illinois, and it is a primary professional association of instructional technology in the US. Prof. Yoon also presents and consults many leading organizations and companies such as Samsung, LG, and many more organizations and companies. Ladies and gentlemen, before we listen to Prof. Yoon's presentation, I would like to give friendly reminder that the presentation will take time for around 30 minutes, and then we will continue with the discussion session for about 20 minutes. Should you have any questions during the presentation, please type on chat box. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please welcome Professor Seung-won Yoon.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me okay? See me okay?
Yes.
So thank you for a very kind and nice introduction. Pleasure to meet you. I am sorry I couldn't be there physically, but mentally and spiritually, I like to be there together with you. So let me bring up the presentation slide I prepared for today. So if you can give me 1 second. So can you see the slide okay? So the topic I prepared for today is digital transformation and workplace learning. And especially I like to talk about like how companies these days try to capture like expertise and knowledge, and how they try to do it applying like recent advancement in techniques such as like machine learning, social network analysis. So hopefully this can give you a picture about how like a workplace is changing, and maybe after students graduate, when they go to companies or like nonprofit organizations, then what their career like will be like. So it gave a little bit of information about my background. One thing I did last year with the researchers at Korea University, we evaluated the professional career of scientists and engineers in South Korea. And what we found was, like, to put it quickly, a lot of people, organizations were struggling to help with the development, career development of these professionals. And so even though there are lots of policies and support systems and programs, like the career path for scientists, engineers, and technology professionals were not as clear in many organizations. And one thing I does, like in my job, there are over 4,000 universities in the United States. And because there are like so many universities, there are 6 accreditation bodies. And I represent the faculty that belong to the Southern Accreditation Association. There are 6 accreditation agencies in the United States. So this background gave me like how workplace and organizations try to really help with the career of the scientist. So what I like to present today is show you like a couple of slides about trends, especially in the workplace. So you probably heard about constant changes, faster changes, but what people talk less about why this change is happening is like the efficiency and cost of data storage, processing, and sending, like doubles every year, lowering the entry barrier of like competitions and opens the market to the global world. And so like life cycle of products and services are shortening and knowledge is shortening. And so typically in the old days, people developed, like especially HR, developed programs, educational programs and training programs. But now the pendulum might be moving more to the learner side. So learning is like more emphasized than corporate planned training, and individuals probably feel more pressure to manage like their own career. And so instead of trying to constantly create programs and update the programs, what they try to do is to create a workplace environment where they connect like various resources to manage all this. So through the evaluation I briefly shared, what I found was no matter whether the company is like a global company, mid-sized companies, or how advanced they are in technologies, even though they talk always about the importance of collaboration and teamwork, when it comes to how they like evaluate and facilitate the teamwork, like we are still using the old way, such as in order to promote the diversity, like people use MBTI or personality measures and train how to build a team. And when it comes to, or utilize projects, action learning, and they provided these educational opportunities for maybe when during the promotion. So a lot of employees, when they ask about how satisfied are you with the teamwork and how you are guided properly, like in terms of working together, fairly being measured about your contributions, people are not happy, people are not satisfied. And so like a couple of frameworks I like to show, because I work in a corporate training sector, like workplace trends, instead of formal training, this framework is very popular, 70-20-10. So like people acquire new skills and knowledge 70% through informal learning, like by talking to peers, working on the project, and 20% from mentoring and coaching development opportunities. And formal training only plays 10%, like in terms of like how people spend their time, what resources they use. And at the center of like informal learning, e-learning is very popular, but e-learning does not refer to courses. Knowledge management, knowledge sharing is at the center. And if you look at the right side, like how technologies, like these various resources are connected, you can see how these are integrated. And another popular framework you probably maybe hear a lot is talent management, talent development. And so in the old days, like hiring, promoting, onboarding, career, like incentive, compensation, these were rather somewhat disconnected. But companies are trying to connect and align like these better with the corporate strategies and try to manage learning and development function at the center. And so like HR analytics, people on analytics, probably if you didn't hear these terms, maybe business analytics, marketing analytics, you might have heard about these terms. So at the center of analytics, the definition, it has a meaning, including breaking apart and making it more automatic and systematic. And so like when it comes to recruiting, hiring, or learning, onboarding, reskilling, upskilling, like managing turnover, these days, people no longer stay with one organization. They like constantly hire. And so they try to measure, use data like behind the scene. So in the summer, I developed and taught a course called the People Analytics. And this, if you implement this process, you will find the procedure to be very systematic. So like at the first stage with like unit leaders, business leaders, you build a team, like form a core team. And what this process does is to create a measurement map. And this part is very important before connecting, like leveraging data. And so I am just showing like a map example. So you can imagine universities, companies maybe invest in learning management system or coaching mentoring system. Typically at the end, they ask, how satisfied are you? How effective are you? But nothing much really changes. It's the same old story. And so what they do is, what are the key outcomes we are expecting here? Is it like increase the sales or performance or new innovations or new products? And instead of trying to like measure why this is happening, they look at more what's called active proactive measures called the MIC, motivation, knowledge, incentive, and environment. And so after these components are clearly laid out, now they look at what kind of data do we have. So you can imagine, like these days, people read social media, and a lot of data exists outside. And so instead of relying on survey or interview, like some data are in a clean table structured format, some are unstructured, some exist within the organization, some are outside the organization, and they identify which data sources are relevant and important. And many workplace has like enterprise resource management system or learning management system, but these like value chains are connected. And so like data literacy such as this becomes very critical. So not just the Excel spreadsheet or database like a data, but you probably heard about XML or JSON. So these data, because it is generated so fast, and so this format exists in many different forms. And in the company, it's not just those like central database or distributed databases, but dashboard is becoming very popular. And so data visualization is very important. So behind the scene, like they are trying to hire and leverage data scientists, data engineers, and business analytics. So how do they do it is what I try to really share today with you guys. So like people analytics, core techniques include social network or organizational network analysis, machine learning, text mining, and simulations. And because of the time, like constraints, I cannot probably cover all this in depth, but I will try to cover like what's core inside and how they are doing. So the first thing I like to talk about is organizational network analysis, social network. You probably know how like Amazon or Netflix recommendation systems who are connected with what resources people try to use it. So network analysis is nothing more than people or resources are connected. And when you try to understand the network, you try to understand what are the boundary. And if you think about this frame, I teach leadership, but I like the definition of leadership a lot. What do you think a leader is? A person who is knowledgeable, who is powerful, or gets done through other people? What I realized is after various experiences, leader is somebody like a key people, smart people, effective people who get something done really effectively is somebody who really understands the environment, conditions, internally and externally, and then try to mobilize different people and leverage the collective asset. And so these approach can be used together with a traditional survey. This is not going to replace the old method. Why are we using it? Think about the limitations of the survey. A survey is very effective for comparing where you are or comparing against the average or strengths and weaknesses. But does it answer how what help you need, how you work with which people, or where support structure is important, interdependency or connection is important? It doesn't answer anything. But when it comes to, if you think about who you are with, and then it really affects everything, whether it is loyalty, how you are committed or enjoying going to work. And so what you know, I often say this, it's not as important as who you know, and more importantly, not just anyone who, but who knows what. So that's the core of the social network. And it always, workplace knowledge, organizational knowledge starts from individuals through socialization and combining their input and expertise. So in using social network, social capital is a very important concept. So you probably heard about this a concept or theory of social capital. Basically, to make it very simple, we used to utilize the economic theory and then human capital theory. And then people realized training education does not solve many things. It still has limitations. So the relationship and resources connections, social capital is like a combination of economic capital, the a facility or city resources can be an economic capital you see in the picture. And Michael Jordan, if you don't play basketball, but still you might have heard this name, or LeBron James, they are the very top player. But any sports team with just a key individual cannot win the league or competition. Still, they need a team, coach. And the point is, it's not easy to maintain the skill because the winning team does not win the next year. So, but why do they still invest so much about getting the best asset people together? Because the value it creates does not just focus on the game of the sports. It generates many other benefits to the team and to the city. So social network, if this is a very common, frequently used example. So when we don't have any idea about how people work together, the first thing we look at is probably organizational chart or reporting structure. And if you look at this structure in a petroleum company, this example comes from IBM. And so these senior leaders, Jones, Williams, Taylor, Stock, these are key people. People will think they are the center of the network. But when they look at when problems happen or when people go for solutions, better ideas, then Cole was at the very center. And there are many important implications here. Without core, you can see the production team will be disconnected quickly. And so if we don't apply this network analysis, then our tendency, intuition is we are very biased. And it doesn't matter how smart or experienced you are. Actually, the older you get more biased. And so just to look at your husband or spouse or your close colleague, you know your network well, but do you really know where their network? So our perception, we want to believe we are good at judgment and understanding, but actually our perception accuracy of the network structure is not that accurate. And so network analysis provides a comprehensive, like overall picture, and they follow this procedure. And so there are a couple, because these somewhat technical, like these are building blocks, what do you have to see, understand in order to network? And when you look at your personal network, imagine your network, how large, how many people you are connected to, and how close you are to some of people, and whether like they are from the same job or in other career. And so this range and diversity and density, how close you are in a group. And so like there are measures, actually all these indicators can be quantified. And I strongly suggest, like I did this with many organizations and companies in South Korea. So at the beginning, the more you ask questions, it will help you. So like what are our leader connection network like? If there are different units, departments, are they working together? Who needs support? Who are the key people? And what is affecting the network? So at the individual level or at the group level or at the organizational level, like there are key information you want to look at. So who are connecting? Who is a good connector? Or who are popular person? Or if it is a team, do they innovate well, work well, or connected to other teams well? At the organizational level, if some key person leaves, then who's gonna substitute? So like network analysis has a rich tradition body of knowledge. So there are ways to help you understand how you identify your network to study, such as if your focus is on like within the organization or outside the organization. So when I worked with a client, this company I worked last year, this was a Korean Nike group. They also have a manufacturer, like a factory in Indonesia. And among the leaders, they had like executives in China, in Korea, and in Indonesia. And they were interested in whether like leaders, different locations, countries are working well together or not. And so in order to find, like capture the data, like we implemented a network survey, and we asked questions such as like who do you go to for advice, or when you have difficult time, like who do you rely or ask, and who do you hang out with. And so these questions, you don't just ask them like a survey. So like I said, there are a lot of research already done. And so you can collect kind data this way. And what you see on the screen is, so on the like left side, you can see if A picked B, C, then you can mark as one. And you can collect the data using survey, but also Twitter or like a Facebook. People reply, talk to each other, tweet each other. And so these data, who talks to what, who is a friend with whom, is captured this way. If it is an email communication, who sends the information to whom is captured. And so once data comes in, so when you use a survey, then bias, like lying on the survey is a problem, but network analysis is very like systematic. So if the person is picked or selected by many people, then the chance is the person might like choose many other people too. So these responses can be compared. And so what you see on the right side is looking at the data we captured from the executive from about 50 leaders in the company located in Indonesia, China, and headquarters in South Korea. The line, like red, shows the internal communications, and the blue shows for external communications. And so data, like not only those like graphics, they were interested in, so like to judge how effective and what affects collaboration. knowledge sharing. Imagine like leaders without this data, what they will say, what they will tell you. Hey, this person, I have known the person for 20 years. We graduated from the same school. We worked in the same department for 5 years, or his office is right next to me. It's obvious like this should be important, right? But when the actual data was collected, like the job level, same role or work years, they were not effective. Like how their tasks were affecting each other, like friendship and expertise, accessibility, those turned out to be very important. So on the graphic, there's a, like this is a very famous research done by Northwestern professor Brian Woozy. He conducted a network analysis with every single Broadway company, and they looked at like a ticket sales performance. And what they found was the up to a certain point, if like theater members are close to each other, then performance goes up, ticket sales goes up. But after a certain point, it goes down. Why? Because getting close to each other doesn't mean like it's always good. Usually like people who hang out with all the time are similar people. They are not open to different ideas or challenge you with a different idea. So creativity can suffer. And so not this kind of just like at the structure level, but for each leader, we provided this data. Like, so if you look at the graphic, always you can see, highlight and identify how the connection is within the team or within the unit. And depending on what kind of group connection the person has, then you can kind of assess, measure like the individual's strength in these different roles. And so not only at the individual level, but also at the group level. So because this was a key question for the company, how our department units like are working together each other, or whether there was a unit that was not communicating well with each other. So in the network analysis, if the communication ratio is lower than 1:5 or 1:10, that implies a silo. And so network analysis provides this kind of data. And not only that, so like the triangle like is a fundamental analysis unit. And because like unlike human capital or training and education, where resource asset just is with the individual, the potential resource and benefit is in the relationship, and not just between the two people, but especially in the three people. And because whether it is group, clique, team, it's nothing more than the expansion of the three people. And when what they found is the open triangle presents an opportunity. So in other words, you have a close friend and another friend, then by nature, you want to connect them, right? And when the triangle closes and connects, then if the relationship is reciprocal, it becomes more stable, because the more you get along and spend time with the people or a person close to you, then the human nature like it wants to create a better connection, more stable connection. And what they call this as a network census. And so when they look at the entire number of different triangles, they can see how top-down or hierarchical the structure is. And not only that, these days, virtual work becomes very popular and important, especially after COVID. And I got a lot of questions from like company leaders these days about, oh, how do we measure virtual work effectiveness? We have so many meetings. Like, how do we know our meetings are running like well? And so network analysis, if you look at the table, like the data can be captured these days even automatically. Like audio, video is transcribed automatically, and you can see who talks to whom, and the message can be captured. And so like if you look on the left side, the nature of the communication, whether relating, responding, or agreeing, like it kind of implies a message, and those can be graphically represented or numerically analyzed. So network analysis, text analysis is used a lot. So this is another example. Like this is a hospital, emergency hospital example. They were providing training like for 3 days, 5 days for nurses, like physicians, but the like training was not effective and it was taking too long. And so what they did was they analyzed like 15 hours of data, communication like data among physicians, like hospitals, emergency professionals, and they did the text analysis. And so like based on the finding, they quickly like identified these clusters of text and identified the keywords that coming up frequently in the like exchange network. And so keywords such as chest pain or condolence feelings like it came up as a frequent and important. And so these were immediately used as part of like a job aid and guideline. So network analysis is a major like topic I wanted to present. And while I was studying and doing more like a network analysis, you saw how like text mining was also connected. And a lot of times Twitter data, Facebook data, social media data, the amount of data is huge. And so it got me interested in machine learning. And so machine learning is done for people always talk about machine learning without really like having a clear idea of why or where like they are using it. So prediction is one very common purpose. Association rule is another typical good example, like in Netflix or recommendation system or in a supermarket, when they display certain items together, they know it because the data through machine learning know which items were sold together, like frequently. And so spam filtering, like the exceptional data. So these are common examples. Why? Because unlike a survey, look at how many surveys do you finish every year? A lot, right? After the course. But if my limitation, dissatisfaction with a survey, I have done like a survey research over 10 years. And my biggest dissatisfaction was this. You can only look at 5 variables and you know there can be 30, 100 variables, right? And survey always assumes responses like people are independent, not knowing each other. The person who answers the question doesn't influence the other responses, but is it really true? So like when you have more than hundreds of variables, machine learning provides all these techniques, such as grouping, like showing highly correlated variables together. And so it like when it comes to turnover or managing retention, so you look at whether how turnover happens quickly. I don't know well about the case in Indonesia, but in South Korea, like even after graduation, very competitive job market, the first year turnover after they get a job is over 20%. That's surprising. If you lose people, people leave after long years, that's probably better. But if you lose that many people, percentage of the workforce during the first year, second year, that can be damaging. And so when you look at like tens of thousands of people and your company organization has maybe hundreds over profession job areas, then turnover rate maybe might be different depending on the job category. So machine learning is used, can be applied in this setting. So these are just interesting, like exciting examples, if not serious example. So in a wine cellar, like a wine company, if they want to predict like which wines are selling the most and what are the reasons like if people buy, then machine learning provides this kind of technique. Promotion is another area. People are not really happy. But when it comes to leadership example, for example, a company spends a lot of money for leader assessment. And so, but like they don't know how completing this program or having a mentor, conditionally, these are all connected to each other. And so advanced techniques such as Bayesian network allows you to, like machine learning allows to evaluate like the reason much better. So my last slide will be short. So okay, I heard some background. This is very common, understand. So because this is a science and technology conference, these days, so computational social science, there's a field. Like after data science became very popular in the United States, in the field of education and social science, there is another like field coming up, becoming popular, emerging, called computational social science. And the field program emphasizes machine learning, like AI, network analysis, and the last one, text mining, and lastly, simulation as a core technique. And so like simulation is used a lot in science education for physics or natural law, but in social phenomena too. So like in the old days, people really did not know exactly why this random fashion, like a phenomenon happening, birds or like a fishes changing the direction, but still no accident, surprising, like a traffic without any signal, no matter how you control, predict, like a traffic congestion happens randomly, or a large crowd demonstration or like a peaceful demonstration happens randomly. And they realized individual behavior can be better understood by how the individual bird or fish or person reacts to the immediate social circle. So like I didn't pick this topic as a random, but by studying social network analysis, by looking at like how individuals react to the immediate connection, there are lots of interesting open source software these days continuously being added and advanced. NetLogo is one of them. So it provides lots of like different social conditions where you can put different parameters, how many people, how many like reactors, what are the rules, conditions, or parameters. And you can really understand how some input, actions, consequences, feedback interact with each other and happen. So I will stop my presentation here, and hopefully we can have enough Q&A time. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the amazing presentation, Prof. Yoon. We will now open for the discussion sessions. There are several questions asked by the attendees. The first question comes from Monica. The question is, how to implement machine learning in the early childhood education?
From my experiences, gathering data can be, there are several areas that are like challenging and tough. You probably heard about how rather than actual analysis, data processing takes more time and difficult. But in reality, in most places, data are very messy and like everywhere. On some computers, people don't share data with each other. And so the workplace, depending on whether it is a school or institution or organization, it will be difficult. And so always the step I recommend is like you work with the top leader, key decision makers. Without their support, like sharing data will not happen. Very difficult. and very political.
Okay, the second question comes from Putri. The question is, how to ensure the group cohesion during the implementation of machine learning at workplace?
I hope I understood the question properly. So implementing machine learning probably may indicate that a core, like a group of people, maybe technology professionals, programmers, or project managers, leaders are working together, right? And so like implementing managing the whole process effectively requires really like it's not the skill or technique, but teamwork and collaboration. So the framework I presented, I developed it by not just out of like a scratch, by synthesizing and integrating like many processes I know of. So after you build a team, like a core team, then the goal outcome has to be clear, and the role of each member has to be clear. And so I called it as a measurement map. You may call it as a roadmap, but like before you talk about data or before you talk about statistics or interpretation, these two steps must be established first.
Okay, and then the third question comes from Mr. Labe. The question is there a free software which is easy to be used by common people to enhance their work individually and in team?
I can give two answers. One, there are a lot of tools, very great tools, like in Microsoft Teams or Groupware, Google Suite. But my second answer is, it's not the tool that makes a difference. It's always people, not the process, but people. Like the same process, same tools, the outcome can be totally different depending on who the leader is and how people work together.
So tools is just a means, right, Professor Yoon? Okay. The fourth question come from Ms. Nietzsche. How to ensure that people can use machine learning wisely?
That's a great question. I think really whether it is a leader or analyst, the first like a critical question you have to be clear, is what areas machine learning can benefit, or like alternative approaches wouldn't work. Because one misconception about machine learning, common misconception, is you have to have a large data. No, with a small data, you can still apply machine learning, even though like using large data is common. But machine learning, one slide I shared is very useful and powerful for making a prediction, classification, finding an exception, and find association and clustering. In other words, when you have lots of data, like messy data or table data, clean data, doesn't matter, then with a lot of variables and columns, records, you can apply machine learning. But always the answer is garbage in, garbage out. If you have a messy data, it's not gonna give you any insight. Like having a lot of customer or student response feedback doesn't mean you are better off. You have to understand, you have to process, analyze what it says and what it doesn't.
Okay, thank you so much for the response, Dr. Yoon. The fifth question is from Mr. Tanendra. The question is, would you mind giving us suggestions what kind of concrete activities for professional teachers to conduct workplace learning continuously?
Sorry, I probably didn't understand the question. Where workplace learning, you mean teaching your students
Teachers,
to
for professional teachers, is there any activities that you can suggest for them in order to have workplace learning continuously? So in the workplace, they still learn with each other, not only because they are in a pre-service certificate program or so on.
So there can be, among many possibilities, something probably teachers can do most like readily and right away might be exposing students to guest speakers or projects, internships, and there can be many ways really, like running on advisory board, maybe not by the teacher, but at the school or at the curriculum level. The reason I believe is sometimes like a school, a formal education suffer, not succeed is not because the efforts or teaching is ineffective or students don't learn well, but because students don't see the connection like between what they learn and how they will use it. And so in that sense, I think the more students see like what they learn as relevant and potentially useful and important, and probably teacher, I understand because I make the same mistake, try to teach everything standards like a test and use important contents, but what they lack is not the quality or amount of interaction with the contents or the teacher, but maybe more of like these connections and real world like resources.
Okay, actually, Professor Yoon, we have many more questions, but because of the time, I will read one more question from the attendees. That is, do you think that machine learning can be implemented in the countries with collective culture, remembering that their need for gathering and meeting each other is high?
Well, I like to answer by saying Korea is a very collective country. And so whether automation or individualization, like a machine, I don't believe machine learning is the solution for everything. But collective culture has a unique like a strength and challenge too. Because I live in the United States and can see the difference really between two nations. And so like there are some challenges for implementing machine learning or innovations in collective society. But once it picks up, collective society has some challenges in terms of like respecting, promoting individualism, creativity, and individual behaviors, right? But machine learning is not to destroy or like negatively impact individualism or collectivism. It is for extracting insights, like managing information, knowledge better. So these are great questions, but if there won't be a simple, single, quick answer, I try to be neutral and balanced.
Okay, thank you so much, Prof. Yoon. So ladies and gentlemen, that's all the discussions. I believe we learned a lot about digital transformation and workplace learning. And lastly, I would like to thank Prof. Yoon for the very insightful presentation, amazing presentation. And hopefully we will have more collaboration in the future between Texas A&M University Commerce and Faculty of Educational Science, Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha. Thank you to all attendees. And Okay.
I hope I can
I
do
would
it.
like to give back for the next session to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Putu. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite to the room to deliver his keynote speech, Dr. Iketut Gading MPSI from Faculty of Education Undiksa. The keynote speech will be moderated by Mrs. Putu Ayu Prabawati Sudana, SPD M Hum. For Mrs. Praba, the floor is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second session of the second day of the second International Conference on Technology and Educational Science. My name is Prabawati and I will be the moderator of this session. Let me first introduce to you the speaker of the second plenary session. He is Dr. Iketut Gading MPSI. He is one of the lecturers in the Educational Science Faculty of Ganesha University of Education. Dr. Iketut Gading was born in Gianyar, Bali on December 31st, 1959. He is one of the lecturers in Guidance and Counseling Study Program, Ganesha University of Education. He completed his undergraduate program in 1983, majoring in Guidance and Counseling, FKIP Udayana University. The master program was completed in 1990 in Psychology Study Program of Gajah Mada University. In 2014, he successfully completed the doctoral program in the field of guidance and counseling from the State University of Malang. Today, he will present his presentation entitled Character Education, New Focus of Education. From the CV that I read just now, we know that he is experienced and very knowledgeable in the area of character education. The second session will last for 45 minutes, 30 minutes for presentation and 15 minutes for discussion session. Should the audience needs to ask questions, please leave them in the chat box. To give opportunity equally to as many participants as possible, we welcome one question from one person. All right, without further ado, I'd like to invite Dr. Iketut Gading, MC, to present his presentation. Dr. Iketut Gading, sir, the screen is now yours. Thank you.
Terima kasih kepada pemandu. Mohon maaf saya akan terganggu. Mohon maaf, saya akan menyampaikan presentasi ini dengan bahasa Indonesia dan dibantu oleh penerjemah. Terima kasih atas waktu yang diberikan kepada saya oleh moderator. Saya akan mulai mempresentasikan bahan diskusi pada ICTES pada pagi hari ini. Mudah-mudahan sudah bisa dilihat. Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati dan adik-adik mahasiswa manakala ada yang ikut pada pagi hari ini. Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Pada pagi hari ini saya akan mempresentasikan satu bahan diskusi yang saya berikan judul Character Development New Focus of Education.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Iketut Gading now will present a paper entitled Character Development as a New Focus of Education.
Saya mulai dengan menyampaikan sejarah kehidupan manusia dalam mempertahankan dan mengembangkan kehidupannya.
We will start with the history of humanity, the development of human since the very past time.
Pada awal kehidupan, manusia itu dalam rangka memenuhi kebutuhan hidupnya, dia melakukan upaya berburu.
The beginning of human development started with hunter-gatherer.
Yang diburu antara lain ya hewan atau binatang, tumbuh-tumbuhan yang semuanya ditujukan untuk mempertahankan kehidupannya.
They're looking for things and food to stay alive.
Beberapa abad kemudian, manusia itu memenuhi kebutuhan hidupnya dengan bertani.
A few decades after that, people know about agriculture.
Mengapa bertani? Karena manusia pada waktu itu berpikir bagaimana dia memenuhi kebutuhan hidupnya dalam beberapa waktu, atau bagaimana manusia mempersiapkan pemenuhan kebutuhannya dalam beberapa waktu.
By knowing agriculture, people learned how to provide for their life in a longer time.
Berbeda dengan masa berburu. Pada waktu berburu, mereka memenuhi kebutuhan hidupnya sekarang dan dilakukannya sekarang juga.
When the era of hunter-gatherer, people only find for their needs that used for the present moment only, not for the future.
Pada masa bertani, dia bisa menyediakan kebutuhan hidupnya untuk beberapa saat. Katakanlah seminggu, sebulan, sampai beberapa bulan.
On agriculture era, or when people introduced to agriculture, they can provide for their needs for longer period of time, a month, a week, a month, or even a year.
Sebagai contoh, untuk kebutuhan makan misalnya, dia menanam padi. Dan padi itu dijadikan beras yang bisa dia stok beberapa minggu, bahkan beberapa bulan.
So for example, when they plant rice, so when they harvest it, it can be enough for their life for like a month or even a year.
Dengan begitu, mereka merasa yakin bahwa kebutuhan-kebutuhan hidupnya akan terpenuhi dalam beberapa waktu.
Then they are sure and feel safe that what they need in life will be provided or fulfilled for a long period of time.
Setelah bertani, manusia memasuki era revolusi industri.
After agriculture, people entered the Industrial Revolution era.
Mulai dari revolusi 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, dan sekarang memasuki revolusi industri 4.0.
Starting from Revolution 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, and now we are on Revolution Industry 4.0.
Ciri utama kehidupan manusia pada saat ini adalah berusaha menguasai ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi.
The main character of human in this era is that the mastery of science and technology.
Penguasaan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi itu dimaksudkan untuk mengeksplorasi lingkungan sehingga dia bisa memenuhi kebutuhan hidupnya dalam waktu yang sangat lama.
The mastery of science and technology actually purposed on exploring the world, exploring what are around the people to fulfill their needs in life in even longer period of time than the agriculture.
Memang ada dampak negatif memang dari kehidupan manusia pada saat revolusi industri itu.
There are negative effects on revolution of industry towards human life.
Salah satu dampak negatif itu adalah dilakukan eksplorasi alam secara berlebihan sehingga beberapa sumber daya alam yang tidak terbarukan bisa jadi habis.
Like the exploration of nature.
Di era sekarang dan di masa depan, setelah revolusi industri, manusia akan memasuki revolusi informasi.
In the future, after the revolution of industry, people will enter to the revolution of information era.
Pada saat ini, manusia telah memikirkan bagaimana ya sustainable hidup bersama-sama di muka bumi ini.
So people already learn how to live sustainable in the world with other humans.
Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, perkembangan kehidupan manusia membawa pergeseran fokus pendidikan di seluruh dunia.
Ladies and gentlemen, nowadays the focus of education around the world has been shifting from the mastery of science and technology to the character development of the students.
Di masa lalu, fokus pendidikan ditujukan pada penguasaan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi.
In the past, mastery of science and technology is the focus of education.
Pendidikan yang berfokus pada penguasaan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi di masa lalu menimbulkan beberapa efek negatif.
Some negative effect arises because of that.
Beberapa efek negatif itu antara lain penjajahan di masa lalu.
Some of the negative effects are colonialism,
perang dingin antar bangsa,
Cold War among the nations,
penyalahgunaan narkoba,
drugs abuse, inter-ethnic disputes, sorry, Mr. Ketut Gading, your microphone is still unmute.
Dr. Ketut Gading, please unmute your microphone first, sir.
Mohon maaf ada gangguan sedikit tadi. Saya ulang. Beberapa dampak negatif dari pendidikan di masa lalu yang berfokus pada penguasaan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi, seperti penjajahan di masa lalu, perang antar bangsa, dan juga perang dingin antar bangsa, kemudian perselisihan antar etnis, penyalahgunaan narkoba, dan lain sebagainya.
There are so many negative effects of the education in the past, like colonialism, Cold War, drugs abuse, and many more.
Dampak negatif itu diidentifikasi antara lain penyebabnya adalah kurangnya dimiliki karakter yang kuat, karakter yang baik oleh umat manusia yang menjadi hasil dari pendidikan di seluruh dunia.
Lack of character is one of the cause of that chaos.
Dan itulah yang menyebabkan pergeseran fokus pendidikan terjadi di seluruh dunia saat ini. Dari penguasaan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi menjadi pengembangan karakter peserta didik.
That's why the shifting of educational focus nowadays happens around the world.
Pergeseran itu bukanlah berarti meninggalkan penguasaan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi.
The shifting doesn't mean that we don't need to master the science and technology.
Pergeseran yang terjadi adalah pergeseran fokus saja.
The focus that is change.
Itu berarti bahwa pendidikan di masa kini dan di masa depan dilakukan untuk mengembangkan secara seimbang penguasaan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi dan pengembangan karakter peserta didik.
So in the future, the balance between mastery of science and technology as well as character development is needed.
Baik. Nah, fokus pendidikan yang ditujukan pada pengembangan karakter peserta didik memunculkan berbagai persoalan.
The focus of character development for students actually cause many problems.
Masalah-masalah itu antara lain adalah apa itu karakter.
The problems are, as you can see on the screen, what is character, what character to be developed, what is the purpose in developing character, and how to develop character.
Ya. Jadi, fokus pendidikan pada pengembangan karakter menimbulkan beberapa persoalan. Apa itu karakter, karakter apa yang perlu dikembangkan, kemudian apa tujuannya pengembangan karakter itu dan bagaimana mengembangkan karakter. Saya awali dengan yang pertama. Banyak definisi mengenai karakter, tetapi satu definisi yang kayaknya mewakili pemikiran-pemikiran berbagai ahli antara lain adalah seperti yang saya sajikan di layar ini. Adalah pola berpikir dan berperilaku seseorang yang menjadi ciri khasnya.
So the most suitable definition of character from the definitions of other people is the pattern of thinking and behavior of a person that characterizes him or her.
Mengapa definisi ini saya pilih? Karena memang karakter itu merupakan pola berpikir dan perilaku. Yang namanya pola berpikir dan berperilaku artinya pikiran-pikiran dan perilaku itu dilakukan secara terus-menerus setiap hari di dalam hidupnya.
Why this definition is the most suitable? Because thinking and behavior, pattern of thinking and behavior is repeatedly done by the people.
Baik, lalu pertanyaan berikutnya adalah karakter karakter itu, jenis-jenis karakter itu apa? Atau karakter apa sebenarnya yang perlu dikembangkan pada peserta didik?
The next question is, what kind of character should be developed by the students?
Secara umum karakter itu bisa dibedakan menjadi dua bagian, yaitu karakter yang baik dan karakter yang tidak baik.
Character actually divided into two, good and bad character.
Karakter yang baik itu antara lain sopan, gigih, ramah, kerja keras, rendah hati, berani, setia, perhatian, jujur, baik, tulus, tabah, hormat, murah hati, dan tepat waktu.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see on the screen, there are examples of good and bad character.
Sementara karakter yang tidak baik itu antara lain tidak sopan, pelin-pelan, judes, malas, sombong, egois, lambat, mudah menyerah, cuek, pembohong, jahat, bermuka dua, kasar, pengecut, dan pembelot. Nah, di Indonesia ada 18 karakter yang dianjurkan untuk dikembangkan pada peserta didik. 18 karakter itu adalah seperti berikut.
In Indonesia, there are 18 character values that proposed by the Ministry of Education to be developed for the students.
Yaitu religius, honest, toleran, disiplin, hard work, kreatif, dependent, democratic, curious, spirit of nationality, nationalism, appreciate, friendly, peace lover, like to read, take care of environment, socially care, dan responsible.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see on the screen, there are 18 characters.
Berikutnya sebenarnya untuk apa karakter itu dikembangkan?
What is the purpose in developing the character?
Secara umum, karakter itu dikembangkan untuk 3 tujuan utama.
The character developed into 3 main goals.
Yang pertama itu menjadikan manusia itu memiliki karakter yang matang.
The first one is becoming a person of mature character.
Yang kedua, membantu orang itu untuk mencintai keluarganya dan membina hubungan yang baik dengan keluarga.
Second is establishing loving relationships and family.
Dan yang ketiga, membantu manusia untuk bisa berkontribusi bagi masyarakatnya.
The third one, making a contribution to the society.
Jadi ada 3 tujuan utama pengembangan karakter pada peserta didik sebenarnya. Yang pertama, menjadikan manusia itu sendiri atau peserta didik itu matang, kemudian menjadikan peserta didik itu mencintai keluarganya dan membina hubungan yang baik dengan keluarganya, dan yang ketiga adalah memberikan kontribusi, maksud saya agar manusia mampu memberikan kontribusi kepada masyarakatnya.
Basically, the 3 main goals of the character are as mentioned.
Berikut ini akan saya kemukakan bagaimana karakter itu dikembangkan.
The next is about how the character is built.
Menurut konsep teori behavior, karakter itu berkembang melalui proses seperti berikut.
From the perspective of behavioral theory, character develops as follows.
Ya. Bahwa dalam menghadapi hidup, manusia itu menghadapi berbagai stimulus di lingkungannya. Stimulus itu akan menghasilkan respon dari individu bersangkutan, dan respon individu bersangkutan menghasilkan konsekuensi. Konsekuensi itu ada yang menyenangkan, ada yang tidak menyenangkan. Konsekuensi yang menyenangkan maupun yang tidak menyenangkan itu akan menimbulkan respon baru yang berbeda. Misalnya, kalau konsekuensinya menyenangkan, maka responnya akan berbeda jika dibandingkan dengan kalau konsekuensinya tidak menyenangkan.
It was started with stimulus and then will result to the response. And then because of the response, people will have consequences. If it is good consequences, then it's called reinforcement. If it is not good, it's called punishment. From the consequences itself, it will derive a response as well from the person.
Biasanya manusia, kalau konsekuensinya menyenangkan, maka perilakunya cenderung diulang. Sementara manakala konsekuensinya tidak menyenangkan, maka perilaku itu cenderung tidak diulang.
When the consequences is a reinforcement, the act or the behavior tend to be repeated. But if it was a punishment, that behavior tend to be stopped.
Kaitannya dengan pengembangan karakter, manakala seseorang berperilaku sesuai dengan harapan masyarakat, maka masyarakat akan memberi konsekuensi yang menyenangkan pada orang itu.
The relationship of this behavioral theory with the character is that when people behave according to the society values, then they tend to have reinforcement.
Maka dari itu, perilaku yang sesuai dengan harapan masyarakat itu akan diulang pada perilaku-perilaku atau dalam kesempatan-kesempatan berikutnya oleh individu yang bersangkutan.
So that behavior tend to be repeated by the individual.
Kemudian apabila seseorang berperilaku tidak sesuai dengan harapan masyarakat, maka masyarakat akan merespon atau memberi konsekuensi yang tidak menyenangkan.
When the individual behave not accordingly to the social values, the individual tend to have punishment from the society.
Oleh karena itu, di kesempatan-kesempatan berikutnya, perilaku yang tidak sesuai dengan harapan masyarakat itu cenderung untuk ditinggalkan oleh orang bersangkutan.
So then in the next chance, that kind of behavior tend to be left.
Jadi demikianlah proses pembentukan perilaku berkarakter atau pembangunan karakter menurut teori behavioral.
So that is a behavioral theory related to the character.
Berikut saya kemukakan secara singkat pembentukan karakter menurut teori humanistik.
The next is character development based on humanistic theory.
Menurut teori ini, perilaku seseorang akan berubah menjadi perilaku yang lebih baik, atau dengan kata lain, seseorang akan memelihara perilaku yang baik manakala dia mendapatkan perlakuan positif tanpa syarat dari lingkungannya.
Unconditioned positive regard is the key point of this humanistic theory. When individual has a positive regard from people, they tend to form a good character.
Jadi mengembangkan karakter menurut teori humanistik, satu cara yang paling penting adalah memberikan perlakuan positif tanpa syarat kepada peserta didik.
The most important thing based on humanistic theory to form good character is the unconditioned positive regard.
Menurut teori ini, penerimaan atau perlakuan positif tanpa syarat kepada peserta didik akan menyebabkan peserta didik merasa dirinya berharga.
Because of the positive, unconditioned positive regard, the student or the individual will feel proud.
Manakala peserta didik sudah merasa dirinya berharga, maka dia akan mencari sendiri perilaku-perilaku positif tanpa disuruh oleh orang lain.
When they already value themselves, they will find out a positive behavior to be done.
Dan pada saat yang sama, dia akan menghindari atau meninggalkan perilaku-perilaku negatif.
At the same time, they will leave negative behavior.
Saya lanjutkan dengan pandangan teori kognitif terhadap pembentukan karakter.
The next is the cognitive theory for character development.
Menurut teori ini, setiap manusia yang lahir membawa apa yang disebut dengan skema bawaan.
Every individual already have certain scheme when they were born.
Skema bawaan adalah kemampuan-kemampuan yang dimiliki oleh seseorang yang dibawa sejak lahir.
Building scheme is the ability that already owned by individuals right after they are born.
Berdasarkan skema bawaan itu, manusia memperlakukan lingkungannya.
Because of the built-in scheme, the individual.
Dr. Gading, I'm sorry for interrupting.
Aktivitas manusia
Thank you.
memperlakukan lingkungan sesuai dengan skema bawaan itu disebut dengan asimilasi.
That process is called assimilation.
Jadi asimilasi adalah satu upaya dari seseorang untuk menyesuaikan lingkungan dengan dirinya sendiri.
So assimilation is the way of individual to adjust themselves to the environment.
Lingkungan yang diperlakukan sesuai dengan skema bawaan itu ada yang cocok dan ada yang tidak cocok.
There are unsuitable and suitable behavior.
Yang cocok maka akan menjadi kemampuan berperilaku di masa-masa yang akan datang pada manusia itu.
The suitable response from the environment that will become the way of the people behave in the future.
Sementara yang tidak cocok akan menimbulkan apa yang disebut dengan disequilibrium.
The unsuitable one will result on the disequilibrium of the individual.
Karena terjadi disequilibrium, atau dengan kata lain terjadi ketidakenakan pada manusia itu, maka manusia akan melakukan penyesuaian diri dengan lingkungannya yang disebut dengan akomodasi.
Because of the disequilibrium, individual will tend to adjust themselves, which called or the process called accommodation.
Akomodasi inilah yang akan menyebabkan munculnya satu sikap baru, satu perilaku baru yang sesuai dengan harapan masyarakat dan harapan dirinya.
New cognitive structure will result after the process of accommodation.
Sebagai contoh, manakala seseorang memperlakukan lingkungannya dengan kasar, maka tentu saja lingkungan merasa tidak cocok diperlakukan seperti itu. Oleh karena itu akan menimbulkan disequilibrium, menimbulkan perselisihan antara orang yang diperlakukan dengan yang memperlakukan. Maka orang yang berperilaku itu sadar bahwa perilaku yang dilakukan itu tidak cocok dengan lingkungannya. Akibatnya dia akan melakukan penyesuaian diri untuk memperbaiki perilakunya sehingga akan terhimpun perilaku-perilaku yang baik pada manusia itu manakala manusia itu telah dewasa.
When an individual have a rude behavior and then not accepted by the society, then they will learn that the society will not feeling well about the behavior, then the individual will try to fix their behavior to be accepted by the society in the future.
Jadi demikian Bapak Ibu, 3 teori yang saya kemukakan yang menjelaskan tentang bagaimana karakter itu terbentuk. Yang pertama itu adalah teori behavioristik, yang kedua itu teori humanistik, dan yang terakhir saya kemukakan adalah teori kognitif. Dan mungkin masih ada teori-teori lain yang barangkali malah lebih relevan dari teori yang saya kemukakan.
Those are the 3 theories on character development that I just presented: the behavioral theory, humanistic theory, and also cognitive theory.
Nah, teori-teori ini diharapkan menjadi rujukan untuk menemukan atau mengembangkan cara-cara untuk mengembangkan karakter pada peserta didik.
This theory hopefully can help the teacher in developing the character of the students.
Baik, berikut saya akan sampaikan pendekatan pendidikan karakter.
The next is the approach for character education in school.
Terutama pendidikan karakter yang dilaksanakan di sekolah. Pendekatan yang mungkin Bapak, Ibu, dan Saudara semuanya sudah mengenal, bahkan sudah akrab. Yang pertama itu disebut dengan pendekatan monolitik, dan yang kedua adalah pendekatan integrated.
The first is monolithic approach, and then the second one is the integrated approach.
Pendekatan monolitik artinya pengembangan karakter dilakukan seperti mengajarkan satu mata pelajaran, atau dengan kata lain, dulu pernah terjadi di Bali ada mata pelajaran budi pekerti. Ini adalah mata pelajaran yang ditujukan untuk pengembangan karakter. Sementara yang kedua, dalam pendekatan integrated, pengembangan karakter diintegrasikan dalam seluruh mata pelajaran, dan seluruh mata pelajaran mengembangkan karakter.
The first is monolithic approach, which means the character being taught with one subject only. It was happen in Bali with Budi Pekerti subject. And then the next one is integrated approach. It means that the character being taught or told by the teacher to the students with all of the subjects being taught at school.
Kemudian berikutnya ada jalur pendidikan karakter. Itu jalur pendidikan karakter itu kalau di Indonesia dikenal dengan jalur ekstrakurikuler dan jalur intrakurikuler, atau jalur aktivitas akademik dan aktivitas non-akademik.
The next is character education path. It could be through academic activity or non-academic activity.
Dalam banyak hal, kegiatan non-akademik atau yang dikenal dengan kegiatan ekstrakurikuler di Indonesia banyak membantu pengembangan karakter peserta didik.
In Indonesia, extracurricular activity actually help the development of character of the students a lot.
Karena dalam kegiatan-kegiatan ekstrakurikuler itu, anak-anak mendapat kesempatan untuk bekerja sama misalnya.
Because of that activity, students have the chance to, let's say, for example, working together.
Kesempatan untuk memimpin dan dipimpin.
The chance to lead and also be leaded.
Kesempatan untuk bertoleransi dengan temannya.
The chance to have tolerance among the students.
Dengan kata lain, dalam kegiatan-kegiatan ekstrakurikuler itu banyak sekali bisa dikembangkan berbagai karakter.
In extracurricular activities, there are so many characters can be developed.
Oleh karena itu, kami berharap kedua jalur pendidikan ini, pendidikan akademik dan non-akademik, atau jalur intrakurikuler dan ekstrakurikuler, kedua-duanya digunakan secara seimbang untuk mengembangkan karakter peserta didik.
That we hope that both ways, academic and also non-academic activities, is used to develop students' character.
Kalau di perguruan tinggi misalnya, kalau di Indonesia, barangkali juga di negara-negara lain, bahwa kegiatan-kegiatan kemahasiswaan ekstrakurikuler sangat banyak membantu pengembangan karakter mahasiswa. Mengapa demikian? Karena kesempatan-kesempatan seperti yang saya katakan tadi, kesempatan untuk memimpin, kesempatan untuk mentoleransi, kesempatan untuk bekerja sama, tidak didapatkan dalam kegiatan akademik.
Selamat siang Bapak dan Ibu sekalian. Good afternoon everyone. Because the electricity in our building stop right now and we don't know when the electricity will be on. So we need to change the place to our live streaming and our conference, but the show must go on. So after this, we need about 10 minutes to take everything okay. So after that, Mr. Ketut Gading can follow again the presentation. Terima kasih Bapak Ibu atas kesabarannya. Kita butuh waktu 10 menit untuk mengganti ruangan karena di sini listriknya sedang padam begitu. Jadi setelah 10 menit kita akan kembali lagi untuk menyaksikan presentasi dari Bapak Ike Tergading. Terima kasih semua, tolong ditunggu dulu ya. Yang mana nih?
Jenengel. Ayo bagaimana? Panitia bagaimana? Bisa lanjut?
Ladies and gentlemen, apologize for the technical problem just now. Now we will move to the question and answer session. I have several questions here. The first one is from Gita. Her question is, a new focus of education is character education. Is in this pandemic, how to conduct character education at school? Jadi fokus pendidikan saat ini adalah pendidikan karakter. Namun dalam pandemik ini, bagaimana cara melaksanakan karakter education atau pendidikan karakter di sekolah? Dr. Gading, would like to invite you to answer the first question first.
Ya, mohon maaf Bu Moderator, saya kira ada slide yang belum saya tayangkan sebenarnya, tetapi tidak apa-apa kalau waktu telah habis, saya akan menjawab pertanyaan yang disampaikan oleh para peserta barangkali. Pendidikan karakter di masa pandemi COVID-19 sebenarnya mendapatkan momen juga sesungguhnya. Mengapa demikian? Karena dalam pandemi COVID-19 ini banyak hal yang harus dilakukan oleh peserta didik yang membutuhkan kesabaran misalnya, yang membutuhkan kerjasama misalnya, yang membutuhkan kerja keras misalnya. Jadi sesungguhnya dalam pandemi COVID-19 itu, momen-momen pembentukan karakter itu justru mendapatkan kesempatan. Dalam pendidikan karakter, dalam beberapa hal kita memang mesti membiarkan anak-anak mengalami sendiri persoalan-persoalan atau menyesuaikan diri dengan kondisi-kondisi yang berkembang saat itu. Seperti setiap saat saya katakan, kalau seorang anak bertengkar dengan anak yang lain, dalam tataran tertentu kita mesti membiarkan dia. Ingat, dalam tataran tertentu. Seakan-akan jangan diplesetkan bahwa saya seakan-akan membilang kalau ada anak-anak bertengkar itu dibiarkan. Bukan begitu. Dibiarkan sampai tahap tertentu. Mengapa dibiarkan? Karena dengan bertengkar dia mengerti bahwa orang lain tidak setuju dengan perilaku yang dia lakukan. Maka orang akan menyesuaikan diri dan mengerti bahwa saya harus memilih perilaku yang lain, yang lebih sesuai dengan harapan teman, yang lebih sesuai dengan harapan masyarakat. Sehingga saya menjadi orang yang diterima oleh teman dan diterima. Jadi saya kira demikian. Jadi pendidikan karakter di masa pandemi itu masih tetap bisa dilakukan bahkan mendapatkan momennya. Misalnya, dia harus bekerja keras bagaimana dia bisa belajar. Walaupun secara daring misalnya. Bagaimana dia harus bekerja sama dengan orang lain, minta bantuan pada orang tua, minta bantuan pada temannya, agar dia bisa belajar. Nah, kondisi seperti ini sebenarnya memberi peluang bagi pendidikan karakter itu sendiri. Karena kerja keras, kerjasama, toleransi juga harus dikembangkan. Jadi dengan sendirinya sebenarnya dalam pandemi COVID-19, pendidikan karakter itu telah terjadi. Hanya memang kita sebagai pendidik harus memelihara kondisi yang ada itu tanpa terlalu banyak intervensi. Maksud saya begini. Kalau anak-anak mengalami persoalan, janganlah orang tua atau guru cepat-cepat mengambil alih persoalan itu dan menanganinya. Sehingga anak-anak tidak mendapat kesempatan untuk berusaha menyelesaikan persoalannya. Memberi kesempatan kepada anak untuk berusaha menyelesaikan persoalannya dengan kerja keras adalah cara melakukan pendidikan karakter, saya kira. Saya kira itu dulu untuk pertanyaan yang pertama.
So
Thank you very
actually,
much.
basically, oh,
Thank you very much. I'd like to welcome the interpreter to interpret his answer just now.
thank you very much, moderator, for the chance. All right. Basically, character education has its own place in this pandemic situation, actually, and it actually can be developed very well, and it has its characteristic, the development of the character in this pandemic, because the student also needs to work hard, needs to be patient, needs to be working together to be able to study in this pandemic situation, because they are not allowed to go to school. Then they need to find out how, and also teachers, parents are also recommended not to solve their problems immediately when the students face problems or their children face problems. Just let them have a chance to solve their problem first, find it out first, and then if they are really stuck, you may help later. But giving them a chance to solve their problem first is the way to develop the student's character, your children's character, actually. Maybe, hopefully, it can sums up the answer from Dr. Gading. Thank you.
Kalau boleh saya tambahkan sedikit, satu statement terakhir adalah bahwa pendidikan karakter itu berkembang pada kegaduhan, bukan pada kenyamanan.
As an addition from Mr. Ketut Gading, that character developed because of the chaos, not the comfort. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the answer, Dr. Ketut Gading and the interpreter. Thank you very much also for the insightful presentation, very enlightening about character education, how to develop character education, referring to several theories such as behavioral theory, humanistic, cognitive theory. Thank you very much, Dr. Ketut Gading. Very, very insightful presentation.
Terima kasih kembali.
We would like to continue to the next agenda. Thank you very much for all participants. And for the next agenda, I would like to give it back to the Master of Ceremony.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Prabha, for the time. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable excellencies, participants, ladies and gentlemen, once again, we do apologize for the technical problem that we encountered just now, and thank you very much for your patience. And now, without further ado, we would like to invite to the room Dr. Abu Yazid Abu Bakar from University Kebangsaan Malaysia, and also Professor Dr. Frida M. Mangunsong, MED Psychologist from Universitas Indonesia, on this second presentation session. Ladies and gentlemen, this session will be moderated by Ms. Putu Rahayu Ujianti, MPSI Psychologist. To Ms. Putu, the floor and time are yours.
Thank you, and warmest greeting from Bali once again. My name is Putu Rahayu, and I will be the moderator for this session. Ladies and gentlemen, the outbreak of COVID-19 has changed us a lot in many ways. And the result is we must adjust and adapt into many things in our lives, which is not easy, and often created pressure and stress. So how we respond into this change in the term of education and mental health? So today, our two invited speakers in this session will explore and explain about, first, the provision during COVID-19 pandemic using online crisis counseling, and whether mental health approach needed for reducing stress, especially in the era of distance learning during this pandemic. So, as it is mentioned in the book of program, allow me to introduce two speakers for this session. The first is Lieutenant Commander Dr. Abu Yasid Abu Bakar, retired, is a senior lecturer at Faculty of Education, University Kebangsaan Malaysia. He holds doctoral and master's degree in counseling and guidance from University Kebangsaan Malaysia, a bachelor degree in psychology from the University of Michigan, Ann Arbor, USA, and a postgrad certificate in gifted education from the University of New South Wales, Sydney, Australia. His areas of research include career counseling, counseling and guidance for gifted or special needs students, and psychological testing. And the second speaker is Professor Dr. Frida M. Mangunsong, MED, psychologist, a lecturer at Faculty of Psychology of University of Indonesia since 1980. She is now as a senior staff in the Department of Educational Psychology, very well known in Indonesia for her consistent concern for the education of children with special needs, which is shown by being involved as a consultant in many schools' educational programs and institutions, doing research, program development, and evaluation on inclusive education, women empowerment and well-being with involving children, youth, and families are always her ministries and concerns. In August 2014, Professor Frida, as a head of program study in psychology, received the UI 2014 Best Achievement Award, and in 2016, she got an award for the Best Prestigious Lecturer from Faculty of Psychology UI. And in 2018, as the most favorite lecturer in professional program in 2019, also received an outstanding award from Faculty of Psychology as a lecturer in community engagement field. Professor Frida started from June 2020 representing UI as member of National Reviewer for Lecturer Academic Accreditation of Director of Higher Education, Ministry of Education and Culture. Okay, so before we move on, I would like to give a friendly reminder that the presentation time will be 30 minutes for each speakers. And then if you have any questions, as usual, please leave the question in the chat box. And please only one question per person. The discussion session will be conducted after the presentation of the both speakers. Dr. Abu Yasid, are you ready for the presentation? Okay, let us give some times for checking. Okay, it's still in the process for Bapak Abu Yasid to join us. Otherwise, we will move into the second speaker, Ibu Frida. Are you ready for the session?
Okay.
Good. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome to Undiksa, Ibu. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's welcome Professor Frida Mangunsong to present her presentation. The floor is yours, Ibu. Silahkan.
Okay. Good day for everybody. It's this morning in Indonesia. Probably this will be another day. A good weather, hopefully all in health situation. Yes, Bali, hi Bali. How are you? It's been a long time not going far away with you. Thank you for inviting me as the invite speaker for this morning. I would like to share my presentation. Hopefully it's okay. Okay, can I share the screen? Okay. Yes. Can you see my PowerPoint?
Yes, Ibu, it is clearly seen here.
Okay. Let me check. Yes. Yes, indeed. I think all of us really understand what happened right now all over the globe. And especially when we are finding, as the moderator already said previously, that we are now in the pandemic area and so many happens that we will really need to do everything that we could to really helping, especially the person, the individual that involving in educational era or in educational part. Okay, my presentation will be included the introduction. I will also discuss a little bit how the approach of broken banner theory here and how implementations of distance learning that we have been now face and encounter and dealing with. And also my recommendation for the mental health approach will be the psychological first aid. Okay, I will start my introduction. I think will be all over with now facing, yeah, how, let me, I will be put this window so it's not disturbing me. Yes, sorry. The moderator face is really nice, but I have to put it aside a little bit. Okay. Yes, the rapid speed of COVID-19 is really offenses to all of people, and according to the governments, the schools still closed. This will be the second semester that we all know learning from home, that enforce all people staying at home with a distance learning, that could be also introduce a variety of initiative to make sure that study activities continue despite the absence of face-to-face schooling. But as we all know, Indonesia is archipelago, that we have so many different situations all over from west to the east, that many places, many area, many islands, and even villages cannot really encounter with this situation. Even people in places, big places, cities, like even Jakarta or Bali or Surabaya or Bandung, Jawa, West Java, is also have a village and also have a problem with connection and networking. Even we are now have to be using the technology, particularly with using the internet, and many smartphones that usually being used as for in communication, now is needed to have a features that can be equipped with what learning a distance learning should have, like how we can use Zoom and etc. And this is also something that need to be learned, and it is something that oppression of people that need to be used at. Now we are need to have the support for the distance learning, especially for technology. What happened that the offline and online, the offline become online learning? It is kind of shifts from what we usually having the face-to-face learning, the method in the classroom to be close from teacher to student, and how the school having lively environment now being so lonely and so silenced, and we are now put at home, that will be exposed to so many challenges. That's many challenges should be something that everyone being affected. And that happened also not only in academic area, but also in psychological well-being, that people involved in education era and in education parties like teachers, students, and the family. Yeah. What are the challenging? I think we already have many, how you call it, learning experience. And also we face a lot of surveys and also research in 2020 for looking for what happened when students studies or have a distance learning in their homes. What are the challenges in here in Universitas Indonesia? We conducted a desk review to analyze the challenges of the quality of students while they are learning during distance learning. And we know a little bit using more the Uri Bronfenbanner ecological theoretical framework. I think all of us in education and also ecological approach using this theory to see how when we want to approach one people, especially student, we need to also to see how they stay in one place, in what context, and with whom surrounded them that will be helping them or need to be with them while they have something to learn. Okay, the Bronfenbanner ecological theory will be including how children's individual, despite of their age, despite of their level of education, despite of their probably the place that where they live, and also how the situation like government said this is a red level, a yellow level, or a green level. They should be also put in the situation surrounding them contextually that can also explain how their interaction in the environment. Here, the 5 systems in the learner environment that we should see, extensively. And here, because of the limitation of the time, I will talk more about the micro, the meso, and ecosystems of the students and surrounding and environment around them. Yeah? The chronosystems also using how the time will be facing through the second semester, and many survey and research now dealing with how it is affected also and contributed to the mental health of the kids in the education sphere. What challenges now in the microsystem, especially we talk about primary and secondary education. Why? Because these children really suffer so much. I mean, especially also the younger one, the kindergarten, the preschools, but also in primary and secondary, there are children and there are youth, and there are also adolescents that dealing severely with the situation right now is not helping, and see them as something that we need to be helping and guiding them in mental health. what the primary and secondary education in microsystems will be teachers, students, and parents. This is cannot be differentiate and cannot be separated for each other. They are clinging together, they're being integrated. So many students and parents, they are already very confused and stressful and need to collaborate. This is one, I think, in many senses, for the collaboration, adaptive, accommodative to the situation. Teacher facing a lot of technology and curriculum adjustment and adaptation. Even previously, before the technology need to be become an overwhelm and need to be adjusted, teachers already encounter with many curriculum adjustment, differently in many area, and how their capacity and how their competency should fulfill the needs and also the curriculum goals for having the kids learning optimally. So now technology need to be learned also to make the curriculum adaptation not only the usual, the regular curriculum, but how the adaptation should be taken, especially in distance learning. There will be a pedagogical competences. It's differently when the teacher really teaching in online and teaching in offline. I think many characters, there's many experiences also needed, and it is should be also imply in how the pedagogically need to be implemented not only for the students, but also for parents. Collaboration on school equipment and all school facilities or resources could also support the competencies of the teachers, but not many schools, not all the schools in every areas also having this support or resources. They will have a lot of burnout. You know, teachers also people, human being. They also become individual and parents for their own kids. So not only the double standard, but multiple standard with all the course, the housing course, and also other obligation and responsibility. They are the first, the first layers that will be facing the burnout, since they're thinking about how the interaction that could be motivate students now being in online and distance learning, and they should think and how to implement it to make sure the students still motivated to learn. The difficulties is managing by the students is included how they can focus on learning, give attention, and how they feel happy to learn, yeah, how they can counter or cope with the boring situation, depressed situation, and how they can cope with all the assignment they've been given. In my students, especially in higher education, we can learn a little bit about that later on. They've been giving a lot of work and a lot of sites or like tasks that beside they can have the synchronous way, they will have a lot of unsynchronous to make sure that the internet, so the quota will be enough for learning and optimizing their potential and the goal of the competencies being achieved. The limited access on social relation is very important, and they really lost that interaction, and they really in the growing up situation, in the grow up phase, they need to develop their character, they need to develop their skills, a social skill and also life skill, not only with parents but especially in the time of being with peer. Will be a regression in learning happen in all over, especially in several places where parents cannot be next with them. Parents become overwhelmed with trying to keep work-life balance. You know, many parents also lose their job. Many parents cannot do anything enough for living, for being with the needs of the people in the house and the family. And they're trying very much also to deal with themselves to make sure the stabilization of emotion and mental health and also well-being can help the kids learn at home. Especially, again, with the technology adaptation. Many parents, even we are as a lecturers, also dealing with need to learn many things about technology, how to use many kind of technology using in learning, and we struggling also, parents especially, to substitute teacher role. Many parents cannot really cope with that, and they were complaining, and you know, the complaining affected to the kids, and the kids also losing their motivation, and they cannot really focus and cannot achieve as usual when they are in off learning. Okay, this is a challenges for a mesosystems in primary and secondary education. There will be interaction, like I said, that teachers, students, parents need to collaborate. But here communication barriers happen. You know, the communication online, offline, and how, excuse me? Sorry. And also many studies and many research have been done to see how the affected of communication barriers and this pandemic area with the distance learning also affected to teachers, students, and parents. Here are several research that have been done. There's a study from Inovasi that found the three barriers, especially for the mesosystem aspects in distance learning. That's affected the teacher-student interaction that's very differently and not can have while they are in distance learning, the warmth, the interaction, the social communication that's really can reaching out people in the class, it's been lost, and how support received by teachers from schools, government, and NGOs is now having a barrier also. We're learning a lot of support, especially for the 3T, area of termiskin, tertinggal, and remote areas far away in the West, probably beyond Bali there, over there, that's not can be reaching out by the Ministry of Education around and need to be helped by NGOs. So I'm part of the NGOs that helping a lot with teachers and parents in those Western Indonesia, and where the family and parents need support, especially to dealing with student learning. Many teachers should go to home and home bases, home to visit home bases, because they cannot do the distance learning, the technology cannot reach the kids and the area. And also the three types of parental guidance that happen during distance from the SMARY institutes, that this will be on socioeconomic status, that's not having resources at all for the online and distance learning, the education background and the neighborhood, how and who will be support and become guidelines people that will be helping students. They will be like the guidance that's only a passive guidance, don't know what to do, could be an active guidance. They know where to find resources and how to deal and cope with the situation. And sometimes there is no guidance at all. Education and socioeconomic, with higher socioeconomic education, usually can be have something resources, but sometimes they don't know how, the skill, the guidance. They are passive. They have the resources, but they don't know how to use the resources. The active guidance should be provide also the technical guidance in using technology, and the no guidance because they don't know and don't have any resources to dealing with. The challenges in the ecosystem for the primary, secondary education will be according to the coordination and outreach between the central and local government. The government already trying to have many regulation. There's also the free curriculum Merdeka. That's also try to give school and teacher to have flexible curriculum. But you know, it is difficult to imply, to have the implication in the local area. How the Ministry of Education in the local area or schools or any NGOs could help that according to what they cannot be having, like the internet networking and also the transportation to reach out real remote area. It should be also not come only from the school, but it should be come from the local government and also NGOs. There will be, we are seeing the gap in regional capacity to support the distance learning happen in many areas. So the result also coming from the research that the effectiveness of distance learning is only 1/3, 30% regarding to how they can have the face-to-face learning. Then we can see how it is different while they are become from offline, off learning to the online learning. So this is even when they are face-to-face learning is only 33%, how it's become now in online and distance learning. The quality is much more decreased and regret. Yeah? So ensuring the implementation of a government policy should protect students from school dropout. But you know, we heard some cases that when the kids, even they're bright kids, especially students in higher education, they are really give up and say, probably I have to take a student leave for this semester because my parents lost their job. I cannot earn the cost for online and distance learning. So I cannot do anything and follow the distance learning. So many students also have problem when their parents cannot be guide them. You know the cases that the 8 students already killed by the parents just because the parent cannot guide them and help them in online learning. Sorry. So this is also a challenges as a meso system in higher education. Yes. The meso system analysis show higher education appears to be more prepared in implementing distance learning that if we compare to elementary and secondary education. The students is already used to have like flipped classroom later on, watching video and not exactly straightly face-to-face learning. And the Ministry of Education and Culture has prepared also learning management system called SPADA, and each university, probably in Ganesha also, have a director to qualify the use of learning technology. We see it right now as you now have that conference, international conference with very beautiful coordinated manager, as I think is very appreciated. And the result of Minister of Education and Culture survey at the beginning of the pandemic showed that 90% of students choose to study face-to-face, even they already using and also have the facilities to be online learning, but they still need to have the face-to-face. They want to be in the class with peers and also with lecture. A follow-up survey showed 70% of lecturers and students rated implementation of distance learning as well as very well. But this is the affected how that not facing an interaction straightly with teacher and also student will impact it to the motivation and the well-being of the students. Yeah. The Director General of Higher Education continued to conduct online training as a booster for lecturers and teaching staff that could be provide internet quota. I hope everyone, also student in Ganesha and also lecturers have that one, like us also. I keep monitoring my students that they have the internet quota for them to use the online and distance learning. Most students are nomads, so the government decision to implement distance learning for all zones is right to break the chain of COVID-19. It should be like that. However, there is a gap in access to technology across zones. It is the evidence from the research say that 92% of students experience problems in access of technology during distance learning. Even the lecture, we should not using the video since we will become warm and lose the quota. And sometimes we only use the asynchronous or we using only the microphone to talk and discuss with the students. We cannot ask the student to open this video so we could see the presentation and the evidence of being coming to the class and see how the interaction that we can try to have a eye contact is difficult to see in this distance learning. For my hopefully will be a distance learning in primary and secondary education have more challenges than higher education. So we are not focused more about how the primary and secondary education can be best learning in this situation. So we have to focus more for the psychological well-being of teacher and parents rather than curriculum accomplishment. Without the psychological well-being, the mental health that they have, it is difficult to be focused and achieving or accomplish the curriculum goal. Okay? The psychosocial support for social community is very much needed to reinforce effectiveness of distance learning and the relationship of parent, children, teacher, and student, as well as between teachers. You know, teachers should support each other. They should know how to be encouraged, how to be motivated each other in facing all the challenges. So, according to the result of the DAS review in University of Indonesia especially, it will be need for my own perspective, a psychological first aid as a tool for assessing and helping people with social emotional problem at the primary level. You know, psychological first aid has been introduced quite a long time, and we use it already when we have disasters in Aceh, you know, Aceh disaster of tsunami since quite a long time. I think it's almost 20 years, 50 more years. We're using that to help many primary level when they are dealing and want to help people around them. Okay. What is psychological first aid? Psychological first aid is a method of helping people in distress. So the people will be feel calm, will be feel supported, and try to see the way to cope better with many challenges they have. Okay, why PFA? The psychological first aid have relevance to the COVID-19 pandemics, which has seriously disrupted by daily life over children and adults all over the world. PFA will help normalize worry and other emotion, also promotes healthy coping and provides feeling of safety, make them calming and having hope to see that is always a solution of the problem. PFA is not something only professional can do. In learning environment, PFA provides educators guidelines on how to speak with students to reduce their distress and facilitate their learning process during pandemic. This PFA, this PFA already being implemented in the area. I think we started PFA with HIMSI, Himpunan Psikologi Indonesia. I think some of you also already have the training, regular training for the professional, and then the professional should give it also the training to people, regular people, not professional people. We also already give it not for teachers with collaboration with many NGOs like Wahana Visi Indonesia. And also, I just happening also in the process, I've been doing that and now it's still going on with Ford Foundation and also IIEF to help parents with this PFA. Yeah, we call it DPA, Dukungan Psikologik Awal. It is given also to many community that they need to have this one around themselves and the family and also the school environment. PFA is comforting someone who distress, assessing needs and concern, protecting people for further harm. This is kind of emotional support. This will be provide immediate basic needs such as food or water when we have such a disaster event, like only probably giving text or giving some sentence or smile, or probably you have some things in the soldiers and giving hugs sometimes, and also how you listen to people but not pressing them talk and helping people to obtain on information services and social support. The PFA is not something professional, counseling or therapy. So you don't need to have high competencies or educational background to know how to use PFA. This not encourage discussion, not asking someone to analyze what happened to them. Yeah, it's not that far. Not pressing someone for details on what happened because you are not really skilled and trained with that. Not pressuring people to share their feelings and reaction to an event. Yeah, so make sure you not need to have that very high skill, but you need to learn and you need to have the training. Yeah, the PFA action is usually have the 3L: the looks, the listen, and the link. Some people say that 4L, lu lagi, in probably in Betawi in Jakarta, yeah. But this is look, listen, and link. The 3 action principle of PFA of look, listen, and link indicate that the basic of PFA is caring about the person in distress. You can see from your side, in the front of you, in the left side, in the right side, on your back side, that's a lot of people now in the position of distress. Okay? So this will be assessed what help he or she needs and help he or her to obtain that help. So you don't need to be how you call it, the malaikat, yeah, the helper, the counselor, the psychologist to be helping people in upbringing the mental health, the well-being, so they can do the everyday activities like learning and also doing the distance learning like usual, at least normally. How to prepare the PFA? Because the PFA is self and care. First, I think you must be have self-care first. Yeah, how we can help people if we are not in the care situation? We never care about ourselves. So self-care is very important. Do the ABC. Aware and normalize your own responses to stress. Learn how to how you react to stress. Are you cope with the stress? You know how to dealing with stress. So it's not become stress become distress. Balance between your life and the demands of your work. It is not easy, but if you want to help other people using the PFA, you have to do it yourself first. You can use the PFA to your self-care also. The C is connection. You know, many kids, many adolescent youth, and also parents in their distress situation cannot connect to other people, close themselves, and also some kids, because of the distress, not come out from the room, keep the light and also the curtain closed, live in the dark for a couple of days. It's not good. Especially, you never see the sunshine, you never have the sport, you are not having the nutritious food enough, not luxurious, to make sure that you are also in a good condition and you know exactly what happened outside, your inside or yourself and around in limited situation. Yeah? Be compassionate to yourself. Here, many women, many mom, many mother, and especially teacher that also become mother, never think about themselves at all. So that's why they are become distressed.
To remind you, the time is up.
Okay.
Can you please wrap up your presentation?
Yes. Okay. And the look will need to pay attention to the situation, what's happening, who needs help, identify the safety and security risks, and immediate basic and practical need, and observe how the reaction and emotion. Yeah. This is the last one. You have to listen. The active listening need to learn basically how to pay attention, listen actively, validate other feelings, observe the normal communication, yeah, express compassion and calmness, and how the person in distress become with relaxation of the breathing practice. You can also learn for yourself and you can give it also to other people, ask about their need and concern. And the third one is very important, and it's not the first and the second not happen also 1 and 2 seconds session, probably in the next session. You need to link, to take action to help, find information, what, who, and how to connect with other people that they will need it, and how to tackle practical problems, and how to obtain service and other help. So put some resources, some links, and they can easily get connected to people, the peers, and also the person that can help to listen to the problems and help them to also solve and cope with the challenges problem. So this is my last quote, that educating the mind without educating the heart is no education at all. So educating with heart is most important, not with your mind. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ibu Frida. This is a very packed presentation. She explore the challenges in each education system, using the Brenner theoretical framework. Let's see if Bapak Abu Yazid already joined us. Can I greet you? Good morning from Bali to Malaysia.
Good morning, Mbak.
Hi, good to see you again, Bapak.
Yeah, sorry for my absence just now.
It happened, like what Professor Frida said, it's actually the picture of all of us right now with the technology internet signal and etc. Welcome once again. And Ibu Frida, please wait because after this we are going to open for discussion after the second presentation. And to Bapak Abu Yazid, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Very good morning to Ms. Moderator and all participants of the second ICTES in Singaraja, Bali, Indonesia. Basically, I'm currently in two platform actually, one with Ministry of Education in Malaysia and one with ICTES. That's why just now when we were informed that there is electricity problem, so I ran back to my other training session with Ministry just now. So I apologize for this miscommunication just now. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, today I'm going to deliver a speech entitled the online crisis counseling provision during COVID-19 pandemic. Basically, there are two dimensions of a counseling provision in this title. One is online counseling, and second one is crisis counseling. So my sharing today is going to start off with the current situation. I'm referring to Malaysian context, whereby both dimension of online counseling and crisis counseling basically in Malaysia are still not in acceptance yet. What I mean is that there is no clear written policies or guides by our so-called governing bodies on counseling profession regarding these two dimensions. However, during this COVID-19 pandemic, somehow or rather, the conventional counseling, face-to-face counseling is not available. That's why we have to, without any clear policy or guides, we still have to conduct the counseling session during this crisis. So I would like to share. Firstly, I will divide this topic, online crisis counseling, to both dimensions, as I said just now. So let's start off with the understanding of crisis counseling. We are in crisis, ladies and gentlemen, right now, all over the world. Since last November, when COVID-19 was spreading on in Wuhan, China, now it's affected the whole continent, basically all over the world. So we are, without a doubt, now we are in a crisis period. So crisis counseling, according to James and Gilliland, 2001, is a crisis per se is a perception or experience of an event or situation as an intolerable difficulty that exceeds the person's current resources and coping mechanism. This is an academic definition of crisis by James and Gilliland. If we are talking about crisis counseling, for your information, it dates back to World War I and World War II era. It is basically started off when military veterans came back from war. So in America, specifically, the military psychologists found out that many veterans who came back from the war field affected by PTSD, emotionally, psychologically, mentally, and so that is the beginning. They came up with crisis intervention, and crisis counseling started off back then. So in American Counseling Association, as the founder, where we all learned that counseling started off in America in the late 19th century and early 20th century. And now, as I said just now, we are in Malaysia. I'm not sure in Indonesian context, but in Malaysia, we still don't have any clear written policies on this crisis counseling dimension. So that that's why in preparation for this today presentation, I have to refer back to American Counseling Association, and stated that in there, because they already have the definition for this, and they said crisis counseling is a service or provision, helping provision in order to help an individual to restore some sense of control and mastery after crisis event. So meaning to say, when we provide or we give a crisis counseling service, it means we want to help individual or group of people who are affected by a crisis event to restore their normal condition before the event occurs. In comparison with other dimension of counseling services, yes, crisis counseling involve a specific assessment, planning and treatment, and the whole process is not differ with other dimension of counseling basically. So can I have my next slide? So let's understand, ladies and gentlemen, the symptoms of crisis. Why we need to give counseling provision for individuals or people in crisis. Basically, there are 4 symptoms when we are in a situation of crisis. The first one is cognitive symptoms. People in crisis normally will be disoriented, confused. They will have poor focus or concentration levels. In times, people in conflict cognitively, they will have tendency to blame others instead of themselves. They unexpectedly will have conflicts with other person around them normally. The second symptoms, if we want to check our clients before the session or the counseling session can be provided, we look into their physical symptoms. It is similar to symptoms of stress. People in crisis normally physically will have increased heart rate, tremors, fatigue, dizziness, headaches, sweating, and all sorts of physical signs like people in stress or in depression kind of situation. The third symptoms that we can see or observe in our clients, emotionally, they will feel depressed. The level of anxiety normally will be high. People in crisis also will have anger, fear, denial symptoms, hopelessness, helplessness, and sometimes panic attack also. The fourth and the last symptoms in a client of crisis counseling that need crisis counseling, we can check their behavior signs. Normally, as I said just now, they will normally involve in conflicts with others. People in crisis also will face difficulty in eating or maybe sleeping patterns, and last but not least, most of them will also withdraw from social situation or activities, tend to be alone, cannot find ways to mix with people, because everybody in crisis have their own issues and their own problems. So after understanding the symptoms of crisis, let me see the types of crisis. Now we are in COVID-19 pandemic. What category of crisis is pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic? Okay, let me share with all of you, ladies and gentlemen. There are 4 category. My next slide, please. There are 4 types of crisis. Can I have my next slide? The first crisis, we call it situational crisis. Situational crisis referring to the uncommon events the individual has no way of warning or controlling. It happened in a sudden. The example for this situational crisis, road accidents, rapes, job loss, divorce, etc., whereby when we normally we don't have any warning or any control, and when it happens, we are kind of trapped into it. The second type of crisis is called developmental crisis, referring to the events of human growth are disrupted by a dramatic shift along our lifeline, or when we along our growing period of life, we will face this type of crisis, most of us, because some examples of this crisis are like when marriage occurs. As students, you are finishing your studies and having your college graduation. For workers or people with careers, they will reach age retirement, and if they are not reaching age retirement, there are a situation or event whereby we will shift job or change job. So all these developmental crises, normally as human beings, we will face it somehow or rather in our life. So definitely when it happens to us, we will be being referred as having developmental crisis of life. The third category, systemic crisis happen or referred to event resulting in injury and death, destruction of infrastructures, loss of basic human necessities like food, shelter, jobs, etc. So in whenever the natural disasters happening, or health pandemic happen, like what we are facing now in COVID-19, normally is referring to systemic crisis. Tsunami, earthquakes, flooding, and all the natural disaster will be classified into the systemic crisis. So I'm pretty sure that currently the pandemic COVID-19 that we are facing all over the world now is putting us in a systemic crisis situation. Last but not least, the fourth crisis is existential, whereby individuals suddenly realize important intrapersonal aspect of life, like joy, love, happiness, or responsibility will never be fulfilled. And when we realize about this, normally we will have some inner conflicts, and definitely we are basically in a situation called existential crisis. So after sharing with all of you that types of crisis, and also just now symptoms of crisis, I want to zoom into the first phase of my speech today, the crisis counseling. Ladies and gentlemen, characters of crisis counseling. Let's see my next slide, please. So when we want to, as counselors, as professional helpers, when we want to help our clients by providing or provide them with crisis counseling, we must know the characters of crisis counseling. So my next slide, I will elaborate on the characteristics of crisis counseling. Can I have my next slides on the screen? So as counselors, we need to know that the function of crisis counseling. The screen is still not moving, but I will continue.
Yes, we are trying right now. We are trying right now.
All right. Okay. All right. Sorry. The function of crisis counseling as counselors, as professional helpers like social workers or psychiatrists per se, we must understand that the characters of crisis counseling, the function of it, it differs from normal counseling. As I said just now, that's why there is still continuous debate whether crisis counseling provided online is acceptable in the counseling world, because it totally differs from normal counseling. I think participants who are in counseling background, we understand that conventional counseling must be provided face-to-face. But the argument is that during this crisis, now in new norms, because of COVID-19, we cannot see our clients. We cannot basically, we have to maintain social distancing and everything. So the normal conventional face-to-face counseling cannot be provided. So that's why the function I would like to stress now, the crisis counseling normally differs from normal counseling. However, the intention is to help clients to deal with immediate effects of a crisis. We want to help clients who are in the middle of a crisis to restore back their normal function. That's basically the function. Duration, because it is not a normal counseling, is going to be very brief. Many opinions or views from scholars in counseling will say that it can last from 15 minutes to 2 hours per session. And I believe 15 minutes for individual, the minimum, and 2 hours probably if we conducted it in group counseling or focus group counseling. Because as we know, people from counseling background, the individual session normally runs from per session from 45 to 60 minutes. So 2 hours is too long for an individual session. So I believe in this case, it refers to the group setting. The third characters that I want to highlight today is the frequency. The frequency of crisis counseling is basically short term. There is a limit. Many scholars agreed that provision of crisis counseling should last between 1 to 3 sessions the most. If we want to use the timeline, the daily timeline or the hourly timeline, it should last from few weeks to less than 3 months. It means if most of us are aware about grief counseling. Grief counseling is also stated that it cannot be more than 3 months. So if people are in grief more than 3 months, normally we have to refer to psychiatrists, because most probably the grief duration more than 3 months is not normal for individuals. So in this case also, crisis counseling, even though COVID-19 has happened almost a year now, but when we conduct the crisis counseling, normally the target is to help the clients within this short period. We cannot let our clients to not being helped for quite so long. So that's basically the frequency of crisis counseling. The fourth characters that I would like to share is that the location. So as we know, the ideal counseling setting is basically in a very conducive room. We need to maintain confidentiality. We need to have a very therapeutic ambience and so on and so forth. However, in terms of in time of crisis, most probably we cannot fulfill all these ideal characteristics of location for counseling session. That's why most counseling, crisis counseling, normally done in counseling centers. In crisis counseling centers, maybe under the tent, or it's not in a proper counseling rooms. Mental health clinics is another one. Humanitarian aid organizations, we know, like in Indonesia, roughly when we have disaster in Aceh and in Palu last time, we are very running short. The counseling teams are running very short in these infrastructures, and we are basically conducting our session to help the victims in whatever location that we are given or we are provided for. Online crisis forums, helplines. As I said just now, my second part of speech today will touch on online counseling. Now, I believe in Malaysia and Indonesia, in most of the world have become online now, education-wise. Many dimensions of our life has been put into online platform right now. So that's why in crisis counseling also nowadays even though the debate is still on, but we don't have any choice. We have to put aside our disagreement right now, because the objective, the goal is to help the people. So that's why many online crisis forum and helplines is being established now in our nation, I believe. Non-profit community centers and also private practices. So we need to understand the crisis counseling, first and foremost, is differs from normal counseling, and the ideal setting for counseling cannot be achieved most of the time in crisis situation. So let me go to my second part of this topic today. After we understand the crisis counseling, ladies and gentlemen, let's see what scholars or what professional in many developed countries, as I said just now, most probably we haven't reached the stage yet. Anyway, many developed nations like Australia, America, Canada, and some of the European countries, whereby counseling has been established for quite some time in their countries. They already accepted online counseling. They already have policies, written guidelines on how to conduct it. So let me share some of the definition first. Online counseling, according to American Counseling Association, is the use of electronic communications and computer technology in the counseling process in general over the internet. So this is ACA definition. The National Board of Certified Counselors, NBCC, also in United States, referred online counseling to a process of professional counseling that occurs when clients and counselors are in different places and use the technology to communicate. So again, you can see there are similarity in terms of using of technology. Communication is still there, so it's not divert too much from the counseling conventional ways, only the platforms. Last but not least, Richard and Vigano, 2012. This is more current.
You only have 5 minutes for the presentation.
Sure. Okay, thank you. Richard and Vigano, sorry, can I go back a little while? So Richards and Vigano definition just now, in my previous slide, stated the delivery of therapeutic intervention in cyberspace, and is specifically said about the electronic communication technology such as telephone, computer, email, internet as mediators. So, ladies and gentlemen, after looking into this definition, I would like to stress out that online counseling platforms, according to this definition that I shared with you just now, there are 3 of it. The most, or we can say the initial platform is telephone-based, referred as telecounseling. The second one is computer-based, not real but delayed time. This is referring to email and website usage. And the third one is internet-based, real-time, chat rooms, social media, WhatsApp. This is the most current one. So online crisis counseling, ladies and gentlemen, after we know the platform, online crisis counseling is basically not intended, again, like crisis counseling just now, it's not intended to replace face-to-face counseling. It is an alternative source of assistance, helping service during crisis. So it happens when we need it during crisis. The general goal is to provide emotional support, assistance, minimize the stress, and improve the individual coping strategies. In other words, like I said just now, we want to bring our client back to his or her normal functions before the crisis occurs. Processor steps is normally like normal counseling: establish rapport, identify problems, explore the alternatives, develop action plan, and if necessary, make referral. So as I said just now, counseling is always counseling. It's a helping profession. So in terms of processes and step, online counseling still maintain the processes that we need to do when we conducted conventional face-to-face counseling. So let me go to my next. The fundamental elements when we want to conduct online counseling, or we want to establish online counseling provision in our setting. First one, assessing situation, like I said just now. The second element of education, people in crisis need information on resources, where to find help, where to find food or shelter, for example. So we need to educate our client. The third element is offering support. Again, as counselors, professional helpers, we need to go back to our basic, active listening, provide non-judgmental support, and develop brief dependency so that the client can be helped to go out of the crisis situation. Last but not least, developing coping skills. As I said just now, if you remember what happened in Aceh and in Palu, people are lost basically during the period of few days to few weeks after the crisis happened or the disaster happened. So we need to have clients to explore different solutions to issues, stress reduction techniques, because they are tremendously under great stress during that time. And last but not least, encourage positive thinking so that they can see there's still hope. Life is not over yet. So you still need to move on, even though the crisis has affected life greatly. So the counselor's role, as you can see, as counselors, we need to do as counselors, listen to concerns and speak clearly on the issue, bring back the client to equilibrium, restore their normal coping mechanisms so that they can move on in their. So normally in here in Malaysia, as I know, when we choose counselors to provide online crisis counseling, we are always look for this kind of characteristics. My next slide, please, miss. First and foremost, mature. Hopefully, we are not sending our novice counselor or our trainee counselor to do online crisis counseling, because a mature counselor will come with knowledge, sufficient knowledge, sufficient basic helping skills. They are come in high stress environments. They already established their traits as counselors: empathic, genuine, unconditional, positive regard. And one last but not least, because it's online, the client also need, the counselor need also to be tech savvy. So ladies and gentlemen, my time is running up, so I reached my end of speech today. So I'd like to conclude my presentation with these three important points to ponder. Online crisis counseling basically is a brief alternative or active therapy with the goal of returning clients to a pre-crisis level of functioning. As I said just now, we want them to go back to normal. The second point that I would like to conclude my presentation is to conduct online crisis counseling, there are no specific theories. You can use whatever theory that you are comfortable with. However, personally, I would recommend solution-focused brief therapy, SFBT or reality theory, to be considered, because these two theory is always the foundation is always to solve the problem in a very fast duration, and we are always looking way forward and not looking back. So I personally, when I conducted online crisis counseling, I will use these two theories. Last but not least, online crisis counseling advantages: it is relatively low cost and simple to provide, not exclusive for only counselors. Other professional helpers like social workers, social activists, psychiatrists and psychologists also can learn these techniques. Valuable tool, PFA, psychological first aid, as what Prof. Frida just now shared to us what is PFA in details. So this online crisis counseling is part of PFA basically during crisis time. And finally, it is flexible and easy to learn by all helping professionals. Whoever want to be helpers can learn the technique and masters the skills, and everybody, God bless, Godspeed will have the capability of doing it. So with that, I conclude my presentation. Hopefully the sharing is meaningful and give some positive information to all of the participants of ICTES. Thank you for organizer for inviting me, and I pass back the session to Ms. Moderator. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, so that was the presentation from both presenters. Both are very packed, insightful, and also very interesting. And the questions already lined up here. So let's invite again Ibu Frida, because the first and second question will be addressed to you. Ibu Frida, are you there?
Yes.
Before I read, yes. Let me allow me to read the question for you. The first one is from Cynthia. In the context of distance learning, where students are still limited in meeting others in person, do you think that psychological first aid through social media or by phone is effective? Do you have any suggestion on how to do it effectively? That's the first question. And then the second question from Arina. How to cope with the overwhelming situation from the student side in relation to this pandemic situation? I think the second question representing lots of students in around Indonesia. Silakan, please, Ibu Frida.
Okay, thank you for the question. I'm glad that everybody could also engage in the way that how we can help students through parents and through also teachers. Yeah, so PFA can also being given straight to the students or through the parents. So I have several problems and cases that I cannot reach much student because she is not engaged with the group works, and the lectures also report and looking for her, and we cannot find her because she don't want to take the gadget or everything and just close her from everywhere because it's too depressed for her. In online have to be in the group work team. So we have to know the problems and how we can get reach the persons. So if it is by social media or phone, it is up to the situation. So when I cannot reach the person by her or himself, I try to connect to the person next and close or significant others of the persons. That's why the Brofen Banner approach it is needed. So we cannot just separate the person with the environment, the context. We need to know. So the first, of course, we have to observe. We look upon what happened. It's usually while we have the observation, we can see it through the Facebook, the social media, the expression or something words or something pictures that means something in galau, in something that they not feel comfortable right now. So we can start also, hi, how are you? Something like that. Of course, it could be done. And then start with something that make the person to be here and now. Yeah. Because sometimes students, especially they are in distress, is already full of misbelief or false belief about what happened. That they thought that it's happened only for the person. It cannot be manageable anymore. I found some of the teens also just contact me just to say, I don't know what to do. I don't want to live anymore. Yeah, it's very important to respond as soon as possible. Just with them. If they want to be in a vision, we can have like what you call it, virtual that the video call, yeah, the video call can be Zoom, can be Meet, according to their needs. But as soon as possible, you have to respond. You have to ask, hi, how are you? I'm here. It is quoted, I'm here, and I want to listen to you. I want to listen to you. That's the most important word, magic word. I'm here with you. I want to know you, what situation you are, and how can I be with you. Not help, yeah? They don't want to be helped. They just need assistance. They just need someone that want to listen to them. You know, sometimes even the students inside their homes, they cannot be communicate with the parents, with the siblings. So they will be close in the situation, they don't know what to do. That's why they put something in the social media. They put something and probably contact to someone that can help her. So we are supposed to be a person that really observe, look carefully and empathetically to see if she needs someone to talk to you, to listen to. That's more important. The second one, excuse me, the second one for Bapak Abu Yasin, it's okay. Bapak Abu Yasin first.
Addressed to you. It's still addressed to Ibu Frida. Let me read once again.
Yes. How to cope with overwhelming education. Yeah. That's why I think in practicing 6 months about the PFA, that we will give it to more people, surround the student, surround the people. They should know there's a lot of alternative to be engaged in a stressful situation like this. Yeah, there is many tips to be given. We can give it not only straight to the person, but through the environment like parents and teachers. The most important is the link, the look, the listen. Someone's listened to you. There's someone that would understand what happened to you. There's someone that can tell the story that they also facing the same things and they feel they're not be alone with those kind of situation. And then they can give a link. The link is resources that they can contact with, like friends, like family, like any other person. Encourage them to contact, to relate. It is most important. Go out from yourself and see that other people would like to listen to you and would have something to do together with you, whatever. We can show them the connection to the resources, like if you want to have sports, if you have to do something that you like to plant something, you can cook something, you can do exercise. So make sure the expectation of parents to students, it is being managed. Yeah, manage your expectation. Not always the same as usual. It's not a business as usual like this. So they should know exactly the context, the situation, the things they will need, and the things they would like. So we make alternative, the way they would like. Stay close with something they like, and how to connect with something that can be a new normal in the house, in the home, or in the relationships. Yeah, I think that's my general answer first, to give time for Bapak Abu Yasin.
Okay. Thank you, Ibu Frida. Let's move to Bapak Abu Yasin. Let me wrap up for the questions, several questions for you, but there are three main things. The first one, it's related to your presentation, online counseling. The first one is, how do you make sure the therapeutic relationship between the counselor and the client affected when the therapeutic work take place online? It's maybe the meaning is without the physical contact, how we make sure the therapeutic relationship being conducted. And then the second, can online counseling be conducted in group? What do you think? What do you see about the group dynamic? And then the third one is actually the indicators of success if we do online counseling. Do you have maybe a list of indicators of success of online counseling? That's three questions for you, Pak Abu Yasin, please.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Moderator. all are very challenging questions. As I said just now, the provision of online counseling, at least in Malaysia, is still in debate. I'm not sure whether it is fully accepted in Indonesia or not. However, I try to answer all the concerns by the participants. The first one is how to make sure therapeutic online counseling can be achieved during this situation. Okay, as I said just now, there are at least 3 platforms whereby it started off with telephone. The second one is internet-based, however, is not real-time, delayed, meaning to say using emails or website platform. And the third one, the current one, is using the social medias and other internet platforms that enable us to see the face of our clients. So that's why, to answer this question, I think if we have the choice, please use the third platform to conduct your online crisis counseling. Because why? The first one, telephone, the conventional phone, we only can hear the voice. So we cannot see all these facial expressions, all the body language whatsoever. Again, the second platform also, the internet based, however delayed or not real time, it is also, we cannot see all these features of face and everything. But the third one, even though it's not the physical face-to-face, however, if we use a WhatsApp call or video call, other Facebook Live, something like that.
On the media.
Yes, so therapeutic relationship can be established if we can see at least during this pandemic crisis, we can see at least our client, so that if he or she is sad, the emotional can be expressed via the facial expression, and we can help them at least. So that's my my answer to that. The second one is whether online counseling can be conducted in group. Yes, as I said just now, the 2 hours limits that I stated early on my presentation, I already explained. It is basically for group online counseling, crisis counseling. As we also know, WhatsApp call, for example, we can have at least 5 participants in that. So it can be done in group. However, again, we must remember the dynamics of the group session. We need to maintain. If we are doing it in group, don't, for example, don't let only one participant to monopolize the group. So all the thing that has been taught to us during the conventional group counseling conducts, in order to maintain or to keep the dynamics positive, we have to also do it. Again, if we have choice, please use the platform that we can see at least our clients.
Do you have any consideration for the topic of online counseling, or it can be any kind of topic?
Again, when we okay, I understand the question. When we form group counseling, for example, there are consideration that when we set up a group. For example, the first one, at least the members should share the same issues. Normally, we set up group for let's say support group. So in a crisis, normally when we set up group, normally the client will definitely have the same issues. So please select the participant that maybe stress, maybe loss of loved ones. So if you can get your participant who share the same issues, then the group will be, the dynamics will be okay. The third one, an indicator. As I said just now, when in my situation in Malaysia, there are still continuous debate. Definitely, there are some quarters who are not buying the idea of having this, and they are supporters of this online. Definitely, in terms of indicator, we still have don't have any. But again, as I said just now, when the crisis happened, the need to assist, to help people arises, like what Ibu Frida said just now. We put aside our disagreement. So we established this provision of counseling under PFA, whereby with the support of government agencies, we need to do it. But talking about official indicators, as long as the level of suicide among our people are not increasing, people are not starting to go on riots, for me, that's the good indicators that the provision is basically helping the people in general. Okay, I hope I answered the question, Ms. Moderator.
Yeah, all questions already answered. And I think for students, teachers, and perhaps some of you also parents, you may gain insight from Ibu Frida presentations. And for the practitioner in counseling, counselors, psychologists, teachers, you may gain a lot of insight from the presentation of Bapak Abu Yazid. So, and also for you who needs some support in mental health, you may gain a lot of inspiration from both of presentation, and please get help as soon as possible if you need it. So I think we already moved to the closing for this section. Lastly, I would like to thank you very much for Dr. Abu Yazid and also Professor Frida Mangunsong in Malaysia and also in Jakarta. Thank you for joining us in this session. Thank you for the insightful presentation, and for all attendees for the participation and for your participation in this session. Thank you very much. And I hope we are stay healthy wherever we are. So today, after the session, I would like to give back to the Master of Ceremony for the next session. Thank you. See you again.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rahayu. What a great discussion and also presentation from both of our invited speakers. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a lunch break, and then our parallel session will be start promptly after the lunch break at 12:30. Thank you.
Ciao a tutti, oggi notizie interessanti per voi. L'ultimo aggiornamento per Filmora 9, versione...
Ini laptopnya untuk apa? Oh. Nggak apa-apa sih Kak kalau misalnya. Oh, untuk dia lihat ya? Oke, siap. Oke, siap. Kamera depan.
Cek, cek.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the second ICTES 2020. We are going to move on to our next agenda, which is the first parallel session for today. In the session is going to be moderated by Mr. Made Astawakusuma Mandala, SPD MA. But before that, I'm going to softly remind you that we will have 10 presentations in this parallel session. All right, ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, to Mr. Mandala, the floor and time are yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable speakers, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to me to be able to be the moderator of today's session, ICTES 2020. My name is Made Astawakusuma Mandala, and before we begin, I would like to give you a friendly reminder for today's third parallel session. So in this parallel session, there will be 10 presentations which will last for about 5 minutes. And after the first presentation is done, then it will be followed by discussion session. After that, it will be followed by the second presentation and so on. So I hope when the discussion session starts, all the speakers are ready, all the presenters, are ready with any questions. Now, without any further ado, we will see the presentation entitled The Challenges That Indonesian Students Face in Academic Writing, a cross-disciplinary study of academic literacies by Muflihun, Citra Prasiska Puspita Tohamba.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Here I am Muflihun as the first writer of this paper entitled The Challenges That Indonesian Students Faced in Academic Writing, a cross-disciplinary study of academic literacies. It's an honor for me to be a presenter here on the second International Conference on Technology and Educational Science, ICTES 2020, held by Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha. Well, this presentation will be divided into 5 sections. Okay, this presentation will be divided into 5 sections. As we can see here on the overview, it begins by looking at introduction, literature review, research methods, finding and discussion, and conclusion at the end of the slide. Well, as a starting point of my presentation, I will begin by highlighting some related studies which have been conducted by some notable researchers on academic writing challenges of international students in overseas universities. The first study was conducted by Mullins et al. 1995, Becker 2008, and currently by Shahin 2012, who specifically studied about critical thinking in academic writing of international students in the UK universities. Those studies in general conclude that international students were struggling in adjusting themselves to academic system in higher education, particularly in academic writing. Meanwhile, there has been quite little study carried out to investigate challenges in academic writing of Indonesian students as international students in overseas universities. This underlying concern has taken us to conduct the study. Well, the research question of the study actually simply to know what are the challenges that Indonesian students face when undertaking academic writing in universities. The objectives also to know common academic writing challenges of Indonesian postgraduate students at the Queen's University of Belfast across discipline 2007-2008 academic year. Next, looking at how academic writing approach developed, Lafele and Guarin in 2003 and Lafele and Bushra 2007 have developed belief, strategies, and outcomes, where they believe the final product of academic writing has been mainly influenced by writers' beliefs and strategies. In terms of academic literacy approach, writing is seen as a social practice in which how a writer produces a final draft has been shaped by his experience, social interactions, and educational background. This study indirectly employed this academic literacy approach to measure how those students develop their writing experiences. Then the study adopted qualitative study to investigate what are academic writing challenges faced by Indonesian students across disciplines. By having twice narrative interviews, the researcher could generate richer data of the study. The subject of the study were four Indonesian students at different schools, from different schools at the Queen's University of Belfast. So, yeah, signing a consent form prior to doing interview is the first step of data collection. And then the other steps like scheduling interview, describing research objects, research objectives, and interviewing participants. Scheduling the second interview will be will complete the process. And the data gathered from this process will be analyzed qualitatively by using three main steps: data reduction, data display, drawing conclusion, and verification. And to ensure its reliability, the writer used a triangulation of data and then bare checking. Further, the finding of the study surprisingly showed that academic writing challenges of Indonesian students faced at universities, such as lack of academic writing training or experiences, and then writing in non-native English, writing in second language or foreign language because they are non-native English writer, and then the problem in grammaticality or sentence structure, and also understanding plagiarism and how to avoid plagiarism, and the last is like developing critical thinking. In terms of academic literacies, it could be seen that those students, Indonesian students, lack of academic writing socializations while they were in undergraduate studies. And then these findings actually have been supported by some research like Visual 2016. It is about the importance of academic writing training, and then Renard and Kobayashi in 2009. That's about non-native English writers. Imani and Hambali, 2012. That's about grammaticality problems and so on. This brings us to conclusion. As a summary, participants generally shared common challenges in academic writing. These were mainly influenced by inadequate experiences in academic writing and foreign language, sentence structure, understanding plagiarism, and more importantly, developing critical thinking. In terms of academic literacy model, this study concluded that academic socialization played essential roles in determining their academic writing practice in higher education. That's why there should
The
be
time has
more
to be
academic writing
continued.
training in Indonesian universities to give more practice to Indonesian students as
Okay, so that was the first presentation for the third parallel session. Now let me open the discussion for the first presentation, if there is any questions. Okay, it seems like there is no questions for the first presentation. Now let's move on to the second presentation entitled Educated Spoken Arabic or ESA in the Teaching of Arabic in Indonesia by Nirwansyah.
Hello, my name is Nirwansyah from Universitas Indonesia. In this video, I'm going to present my paper entitled Educated Spoken Arabic in the Teaching of Arabic in Indonesia. Arabic language is divided into a spectrum of varieties, but it is known for its two main varieties, which are Fusha, the formal form, and Amia, the informal form. With the rise of communicative language teaching, many language programs shift their focus to the informal form of the target languages, which are used in daily conversations. Despite the changes, Arabic language classes still tend to focus on the formal form of the language, which is normally used in written text. This phenomenon is called reverse privileging. The situation becomes problematic because learning Fusha will not help Arabic language learners develop the ability to effectively engage in conversation with native speakers, as the native speakers use Amia for that purpose. So, which form of Arabic should be taught to learners? Many scholars have presented their views regarding this issue. And from these discussions, Educated Spoken Arabic or ESA emerged and gained attention in the field of Arabic language teaching. But what is ESA? ESA is basically a combination of Fusha and Amia. According to Karim, ESA contains elements from both Fusha and Amia. For example, in the sentence, "Fi ikhtilaf bain al-Qarya wal Madinah," the word "fi" is taken from Amia while the rest is Fusha. Second, ESA is used by educated people, which means that ESA is considered polite and appropriate. Third, ESA takes vocabulary and syntactic structure from Fusha, but deletes case endings like Amia. Fourth, ESA can be classified as spoken language. Fifth, ESA minimizes that use of Amia and focus on the elements that are common in all dialects. For example, the word Aywa is used by Arabic speakers from Egypt, Syria, Libya, and Saudi Arabia. 6. ESA maximizes the use of Fusha. 7. ESA is influenced by regional dialects but focus on elements that are common in all of them. Lastly, ESA is influenced by foreign languages, especially for words with no equivalent in Arabic. Some scholars have discussed and present their views regarding ESA in their work. Karim suggests that ESA should be the target language in Arabic language programs. Writing states that Arabic teachers can teach students varieties of Arabic, including the spoken language, by relating them to culture. They can show how cultural products are presented in different varieties of Arabic language. It will increase learners' awareness regarding Arabic language varieties and when they are relevant. Meanwhile, Wahba believes that Arabic language programs should have two goals: developing learners' communicative competence and making sure learners have proper knowledge about the structure of the language. Thus, both spoken and written varieties of Arabic need to be taught. Now, the question is ESA suitable for Indonesian context? According to Muradi, developing Arabic learners' communicative competence has been deemed crucial and encouraged in Indonesia since 2008. However, Arabic language programs in Indonesia are normally related to Islamic studies, which is proven by the fact that some Arabic language teaching programs are managed by the Ministry of Religious Affairs. Arabic learners usually deal religious texts like Al-Quran, which are written in Fusha. Due to the importance of both formal and informal forms of Arabic in Indonesian context, it might be useful for Arabic teachers to teach ESA when they develop learners' conversational skills. However, the formal forms of Arabic still need to be tough to learners so that they can develop strong reading and writing skills. Writing's approach, which involves discussing cultural products and the forms of Arabic used in them with learners, might be helpful for Arabic teachers. When implementing this approach, it is important to make sure that teachers have proper knowledge about the language forms that they teach. Hence, it is important to continue exploring the concept and basic rules of ESA. Surveys and studies that explore language forms that are commonly used by native speakers of Arabic in conversations will help teachers and practitioners formulate the language forms that they need to teach to learners. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you for watching.
Thank you so much. So that was the second presentation about educated spoken Arabic or ESA. Now let's see whether there is any questions regarding the second presentation. Thank you. So I don't think there is any questions for the second presentation. Now let's welcome the third presentation, which is about patriarchal binary oppositions in narrative text included in English textbook for senior high school in Indonesia, by Gede Wisma Krishna Ari Aditya Blangsinga and Nikomang Ari Swastini.
Hello everyone. So I'm Gede Wisma Krishna Ari Aditya Blangsinga, and I together with Ibu Nikomang Ari Swastini is doing a research about patriarchal binary opposition in narrative text included in English textbook for senior high school in Indonesia. So we from English Language Education Department Postgraduate Program Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha. We are starting with the background. Our research mainly talking about gender issues, and if we talk about gender issue, it means that we're talking about women, because women for a long time have been oppressed by men. So it is in line with what Kate Millett said in her book entitled Social Politics that published in 2000s. And in her book, she said that woman is live under the subordinations and oppression of man. So this is also happening right now in our culture.
Yep, I'm so sorry for the technical problem. So because the sound is not clear, I would like to invite the presenter to do the presentation. For Mr. Gede Wisma Krishna Ari Aditya Blangsinga. Are you here with us?
Person, the woman expected to cook, the woman is always expected to raise their child, and etc. So this kind of oppression, also this kind of man domination of a woman is not happening only in our daily life, but many research or many studies found that it is also happening in our education, and the textbook is one of the place when the discrimination against the female gender is uh, much happen. So in the textbook, many studies found that there is also widespread discrimination against the female gender. So our study is conducted using qualitative data analysis by Mills, Haberman, and Saldana on 2014. Basically involve four steps such as data collection, data reduction, data display, and then draw on conclusions. So the subject of this study is English language textbooks for vocational or senior high school for 10th grade students, and there are three narrative texts included in this textbook. That this text is what we are analyzed, because through the narrative text or through the text or through the story, the the woman's role can be seen clearly. So that's why we choose to story. What we found in our research that the masculine stereotyping and the feminine stereotyping is still found in the three narrative texts. So the female characters is described as weak, fearful, irrational, passive. Meanwhile, the male character is described as strong, brave. This is what we call as the binary oppositions, especially patriarchal binary opposition, because it supports the patriarchal constructions against women. Even though these constructive characterizations is still found and the effort of do the this construction is exists, but in conclusion, there have been an effort to deconstruct the gender boundary by inserting some unstereotypical characterization, both the male and female character in the text. Even though we found the gender stereotyping in this text, which is supported the patriarchal gender position, but we think that this English textbook has pioneered the deconstruction of the gender binary oppositions. I think that's all about my presentation. Thank you for watching. Have a nice day.
Thank you so much. So that was our third presenter for today, which is about patriarchal binary oppositions. Now I would like to see whether there is any questions regarding the third presentation. Thank you so much. So there is no questions for the third presentation. Now we have another interesting presentation for the fourth one, which is entitled Social Stratification Among the Upper Class Singaporean Society Reflected in Kevin Kwan's Crazy Rich Asians 2013 by Nikomang Ariswastini, Putu Kartini Tiase, Loh Putu Kornea Aryatianti, Linda Sukamta, and Ninyoman Artini.
Hello everyone, I am Cornea. Now, I'd like to present my article with the title Social Stratification Among Upper Class Singaporean Society in Kevin Kwan's Crazy Rich Asians 2013. This is in collaboration with my lecturers for the International Conference on Technology and Educational Science. Well, the novel Crazy Rich Asian is known for its commercial success as it got the title for International Bestseller Novel in 2013. Besides that achievement, this novel also known for its representation of social issues, as the novel highlights the lifestyle of the upper class Singaporean society, and it also showcased the social stratification that exists among that community. Therefore, its exposure is very important to the people in a society for a better understanding of social issues. And along with that, the novel itself also brings a big influence to the people. So, this present study was aimed to explore the representation of social stratification among the upper class society reflected in the novel Crazy Rich Asian. In this present study, the concept of upper class proposed by Baxel was employed. So there are three social classes that belong to this community. The first one is the upper class, or known as the old money. This social class is known for their status as long-time rich and make them to be a respectable family. And they're also known for their classy behavior and preference. And at the bottom of this social stratification, there is the lower upper class, or known as the noble rich or the new money. This social class is known for their status as recent time rich, which also make them less respectable within the community. And it is also affected by the fact that they are known for their refined behaviors and preference. And the other social class in this community is the middle upper class. This social class is distinct with the other social class within the upper class society for its position in the transition process from the lower upper class to the upper class. For the method, interactive model analysis proposed by Miles, Huberman, and Saldana was employed in this present study. This interactive model analysis is a cycling process in which all of the 4 steps, which are the data collection, data condensation, data display, and conclusion drawing or verifying, were conducted simultaneously back and forth until the obtained data form a consistent pattern so it can support the process of conclusion drawing or verifying. Finding and discussion. So, this present study identified that there are 4 families who represent the upper class or the old money. They are the Yang, the Leong, the Chang, and the Ku family. It is identified that those 4 families are connected with each other and known for their status as the long-time rich family, which make them very respectable within the upper class community. While for the lower upper class, there are also 4 families who represented, which are the Li, the Ming, the Goh, and the Wu. It is identified that they are known for their vulgar behavior for displaying their wealth, which also make them less respectable within the upper class society, as they just recently got their family fortune. And for the middle upper class, there are 5 families, which are the Tai, the Ling, the Shao, the Fu, and the Lim. Those 5 families are recognized for its position in the transition process from the lower upper class to the upper class. And for the conclusion, based from the result of the study, it can be implied that as long as there is still a social stratification, whether it is within a society as a whole or in the social subgroup like the upper class society, the people who belong to the lower position still need to fight their way to achieve an equalization within the society. So that's all about my article. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation, which I believe we have learned a lot about social stratification in the upper class in Singaporean society. Now we have got one question here regarding the 4th presentation, which is from Kalia Siska. I hope the presenter is ready with the question. The question is there any differences between the upper class in Singapore and in Indonesia?
For the question. So in this present study, I explored the characteristic of the upper class society reflected in the novel classification, which is highlight the style of Singaporean upper class society. Therefore, for the difference, I think in general, all the upper class society reflecting the same stereotype. However, regarding different culture, maybe in Singapore, is there any different culture within Asian society? Of course, there will be any different based on the specific culture, but I think in general, every upper class from different places have a similar stereotype. Thank you.
Thank you for the answer. Now, another question again for the 4th presenter, which is from James Rodriguez. The question is, there are many analysis methods, but why did you choose this analysis method?
Thank you for the question. So I choose this logical analysis method because in this method, must do the type circle. So all of these four steps is done by simultaneously, and it can move forward and back. So it can form a data that that can support the result of the study. So I think this method is very suitable for this present time.
Thank you so much. I think that we've got 2 questions only for the fourth presentation. Now let's move on to another presentation, which is about one of the online entertainment platforms, which is very popular among millennials. The title of the presentation is YouTube as Digital Learning Resources for Teaching Bilingual to Young Learners by Nikade Mary Listiani and Nikomang Ari Swastini.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nikade Merlistiani. Here I would like to present my research entitled YouTube as Digital Learning Resources for Teaching Bilingual Young Learners. Here I collaborate with my supervisor, Dr. Nikomang Ariswastini M.Hum, and we are from the Department of English Language Education Postgraduate Program, Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha. In this presentation, I divide into 4 parts. The first one is background of the study, then research methodology, result and discussion, and the last one is conclusion. Let's continue to the background of the study. According to Kauren Ganapati 2013, as cited in Ganapati 2016, ICT or Information and Communication of Technology influences all the aspects of life, including the education field that involves digital technology in learning activities. Khan in 2016 mentioned that digital technologies often associated with social media such as YouTube, Instagram, and Facebook that can be accessed freely through people's gadget. Kelsey 2010 mentioned that YouTube is one of the platforms that can provide educational video content that can help vary the learning process, and this is in accordance with those 2009 that stated YouTube provide content that's suitable for teaching and learning English effectively. Therefore, this research aims at analyzing the use of YouTube that can be considered as an adequate digital source for language learners, especially for bilingual young learners with all the profit in the application. Now, we are moving to the research methodology. In this research is using library research, conceptual analysis with specific keyword, EFL learners, English learning, social media, and YouTube videos. According to Miles and Haberman 1994, conceptual research will contain a system of concepts, assumption, expectation, belief, and theories that support and inform the research. Ravitch and Regan 2017 stated that the conceptual analysis connects elements of the research process such as research objectives, research interest, identity, context setting, formal and informal theory, and also method. Now we are moving to the results and discussion. The first finding is blog videos as a valuable research to improve EFL second language learners from Abdul Khail 2019. And the second findings is videos improving young learners vocabulary from Teng 2020, Kabuha 2018, and Word 2018. The third findings is YouTube for listening comprehension from June 2020, and the last one is YouTube's effect on students' learning outcomes and satisfaction, and also self-improvement from August 2016. Now, we are moving to the conclusion part. Here, I will explain the conclusion and limitation of this study. So, using video in learning processes offers many beneficial features in academic field, linking the curriculum to students' real life experiences and strengthening students' motivation with new technologies. Using videos in learning activity is able to modernize and upgrade the lesson better. YouTube is easy to and fast to access for the students to find related topic with the material that they want to learn. But besides, YouTube also keeps showing unrelated ads that can disrupt students' attention when they are using YouTube in learning process. But besides, people don't need to pay for watching YouTube videos because it's free and they only need to download the YouTube application in the App Store or Play Store, or they can just open their Google and enter the YouTube site for free. So that's the end of my explanation, and thank you so much for watching.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Now we would like to see whether there is any questions regarding the fifth presenter or fifth presentation, or not. Oh, we've got one question here from Komala Sari. I hope the presenter is ready. The question is, if YouTube can be an effective learning resource, what do you think is the best way to filter the best content for young learners in order to avoid access to unrelated contents to education? I'll repeat the question one more time. If YouTube can be an effective learning resource, what do you think is the best way to filter the best content for young learners in order to avoid access to unrelated contents to education? We would like to call the presenter for the fifth presentation, Nikade Mary Listiani. We still cannot hear you. Probably you can unmute the microphone. We would like to apologize because it seems that the presenter has a technical problem. Now we're going to move to the sixth presentation. With the outbreak of COVID-19, we are all forced to attend online classes. The title of today's presentation for the sixth presenter is Boomers' Perception Towards the Implementation of Online Learning Amidst COVID-19 Outbreak by Putu Indah Puspitasari, Nikomang Ari Swastini, and Gede Wisma Krishna Ari Aditya Blangsinga.
Gentlemen, it's such a great honor for me to be a part of International Conference of Technology and Educational Science 2020. I'm Putu Indah Puspitasari. In this study, I collaborate with my lecturer, Dr. Nikomang Ari Swastini M. Hum, and my colleague, Gede Wisma Krishna Ari Aditya Blangsinga. We are from English Language Education Postgraduate Program, Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha, Bali, Indonesia. Under the theme, The New Era of Education, Innovation in Practice, we conducted a study entitled Boomers' Perception Towards the Implementation of Online Learning Amidst COVID-19 Outbreak. As you can see from the title, this study focused on boomers and their perception towards the new way of education during pandemic situation. The COVID-19 pandemic that spreads around the globe has caused a large scale of social destruction. In this situation, information and communication technology become a solution for doing some duties that can be done without presence. The use of online application and video conference to substitute meetings have become popular among people, especially in doing activities in the formal and informal sectors, including education. In Indonesia, the Ministry of Education instructed the teachers to conduct education from home through online learning. It is good to hear that Indonesia starts to enhance the implementation of the digital technology in education. But on the other hand, it left some generation behind. This situation becomes a challenge for boomer teachers as they are less attracted to technology They rely on face-to-face communication with gesture and verbal cues, and they are reluctant to learn new things that are multitasking, complex, and non-structured. When boomer teachers are forced to teach online during this pandemic, they surely deal with some obstacles as they are not familiar with technology. Therefore, this study attempts to reveal their perception towards the use of ICT tools in online learning, as well as the difficulties that they might encounter. This study is a qualitative study employing narrative research design, in which the researcher collects the story from individuals. The sampling technique used was purposeful sampling, in which 8 boomers from 3 junior high schools in Klungkung Regency were selected as the sample. The data were collected through open-ended interview to reveal the application or online platform that they use to teach online, the obstacles that they found during online learning, their feeling about online learning, and their expectation for future learning. This paper presents boomer teachers' stories and experience in conducting online learning, solution for educational problem during pandemic situation. In normal classroom before pandemic, the teachers rarely use technology in their classroom because it is complicated and time-consuming for them. During COVID-19 pandemic, boomers start to make use of their phone and their laptop to teach. However, in the implementation, they found some obstacles. They have lack of ICT skills that make them feel hard to use the suggested online platform to teach. Another problem is related to internet connection. The teachers reported that they had lack of internet access that make them hard to share the material as well as to download the students' works. The boomers also found problems in managing their time. The reduction of time allowance make them struggle in adjusting the activities with the time allowance to achieve the learning objectives. Students' ability in accessing the online learning is another problem. The teachers reported that some of their students don't have a good connection, and some of them also don't have a phone to join the online learning. It makes the education didn't run smoothly. The participants thought that online learning is the only way to teach in this pandemic situation. However, if they have choice, they will choose face-to-face interaction because they can feel the students and it is easier for them to explain the material to their students. Insofar, boomers have tried to adapt with the present situation. This study identified 4 main challenges faced by boomers in conducting online learning during this pandemic. The study also found, although boomers have positive belief about online learning, they still prefer face-to-face interaction because of some reasons. Moreover, considering the lack of ICT skills that they possess, boomers expected to get training using ICT tools to improve their quality in teaching.
Thank you so much. So that was the presentation, and I believe that it has answered our questions regarding online learning and boomers' perception. Now we see here that there is one question directed to the 6th presenter. I hope the presenter is ready. The question is from Julia Khan, and the question is, why did you choose Kelungkung Regency for the participants? Is there any special condition there? I would like to call the presenter.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So why I choose that Regency, Kelungkung Regency as the place that I do the research. There is actually no special condition here, not really special, and I think why I choose this Regency because I stay here and I was interested in the boomers' perception on how they
face this situation. That's why I choose this regency. I hope it answers your question.
Thank you so much for the answer. So I think that's all for the question directed to the sixth presentation. Now we're going to move on to the seventh presentation, which topic is really relevant amid the COVID-19 outbreak. The title of the presentation is The Effectiveness of Cognitive Behavioral Group Counseling to Improve Senior High School Students' Career Decision-Making Self-Efficacy by Satya Gita Rismawan and Iketut Gading.
Om Swastiastu. Thanks for this great opportunity to present the result of my research entitled The Effectiveness Cognitive Behavior Group Counseling to Improve Career Decision-Making Self-Efficacy of Senior High School Students in the Second International Conference on Technology and Educational Science. The background of this study based on a preliminary study on decision-making self-efficacy that has been carried out in 3 high schools in Singaraja. As many as 78% of students from 268 samples show low category of decision-making self-efficacy. This problem can be overcome by providing assistance to students through counseling service in school. The counseling provided can use models and techniques which are able in changing an individual's mindset towards their ability to make career choice. One of the counseling that can be used is cognitive behavioral counseling model. Behavioral cognitive counseling can be conducted in a group setting. Group settings are carried out to provide an effect on the environmental situation in accordance with the counseling problem. This makes the counselors are more open and feels social support. Career decision-making occurs as a result of students' cognitive process that are not working properly and are directed in determining the right career choice. Conditions in which individuals feel unstable and doubtful regarding their career choice are basically created by dysfunctional thought. The research problem in this study is whether behavioral group counseling can improve the career decision-making self-efficacy, and the research objective is to determine the effectiveness of cognitive behavioral group counseling to improve career decision-making self-efficacy of senior high school students. The study was a quasi-experimental study with a pre-test and post-test control group design. The population in the study amounted to 144 students who were students had a very low level of career decision-making self-efficacy. Based on this population, 12 students were used as sample in the study. The technique used in sampling is simple random sampling. The study used a career decision-making self-efficacy instrument. Based on the output test statistic, it can be concluded that research hypothesis accepted. Thus, it can be said that there is a significant difference between the self-efficacy of career decision-making in the control group and the experimental group. This can be seen also from the average post-test scores in the experimental group, which are greater than the average post-test control group, which indicates that the CBT's group counseling is effective to improve the career decision-making self-efficacy of high school students. Determining career decision is not an easy thing because the individuals should try to overcome uncertainty about their capabilities, the stability of interest, current and future alternative prospects, career accessibility, and the identity they want to develop within oneself. The process of self-efficacy change in student career decision-making is in accordance with the behavioristic theory that behavior is the result of formation. The behavior is learned through repeated habituation. The conclusion is the use of cognitive behavioral group counseling is effective to improve the career decision-making self-efficacy of high school students. And low decision-making self-efficacy is caused by the dysfunctional thought and can be changed with counseling. I guess that's all I can say about result of my research. Thank you very much for your attention. Om Santi 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 Om.
Thank you so much for the presenter. I believe that we have learned a lot about, and we have gotten a lot of insights about career decision making. Now we've got one question here for the seventh presenter coming from Sabrina Silalahi. I hope the presenter is ready. The question is, deciding what career we will pursue is not easy. Deciding what career we will pursue is not easy. What are the things that we need to consider in guiding students to choose their own career path? Thank you so much. We would like to apologize because the presenter seems to have a technical problem. Now, I think the next presentation is very important, especially to those who aspire to be school leaders. The title of the eighth presentation today is The Freedom to Learn Model in Educational Management at Arido Nature School of Semarang by Suci Sari Nur Zubaidah, Muhammad Fauzi Fitri Andika, Ilham Farisandi, and Didi Pramono.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dear committee and all participants of the International Conference on Technology and Educational Science 2020. In this opportunity, I'd like to present our paper about Freedom to Learn model in educational management at Arido Nature School of Semarang. The authors are Suci Sari Nur Zubaidah, Muhammad Fauzi Fitri Handika, Ilham Farisandi, and Didi Pramono. We are from Faculty of Social Science, Universitas Negeri Semarang. Our presentation divided into 4 sections. First, introduction. Second, research method. Third, discussion. And the last, conclusion.
Ladies and gentlemen, introduction. Freedom to Learn is policy discussed by the Minister of Education and Culture of Indonesia. The policy contained in independent learning have nuance with the previous examination system, such as the Nation-Based School Examination or USEN, National Examination UN, Format of Learning Implementation Plan or RWP, New Student Admission Zoning or PBDB, and then the implementation of education policy in school cannot be separated from school management. Ladies and gentlemen, this article aims to find out how social components in the Arido Nature School can serve as an illustration in actualizing the Freedom to Learn program.
And then, what will be discussed? First, how the school management system in the Arido Nature School can be an illustration in actualizing the Freedom to Learn policy. Second, what the program support the realization of learning freedom in the Arido Nature School. And next, I will explain about research method. This research was conducted using qualitative method and data collection technique used for observation in Arido Nature School, Semarang City. In-depth interview, teacher and PR of Arido Nature School as a subject. Literature review of relevant reference and documentation.
Okay, next I will explain about discussion. Arido Nature School is a school that applies the concept of education so that students have a close relationship with nature. Students are expected to learn directly from the source to the object being studied. In this Arido Nature School also implements school management components such as curriculum management, facilitate and infrastructure management, budget management, school and communities relation management, and student management. However, there are two components of school management that emphasize the concept of independent learning, namely curriculum management and student management. For student management, we'll face the talent mapping stage, which is the test stage to find out the self-potential of students, so that students are directed according to their potential. The curriculum management that is applied at all levels of kindergarten, elementary, junior high, and high school has the same curriculum based on the nature school curriculum, which is manifest in four pillars in the learning process in nature school. The four pillars of the learning process, there are moral pillars, leadership pillars, pillars of scientific thinking, and the last, entrepreneurship pillars. Okay, for the last from our presentation is conclusion. Freedom to learn according to the Ministry of Education and Culture is defined as a concept that emphasizes the independence and flexibility of educational institutions in exploring the maximum abilities and potential of students. There are where students are prepared to become quality generation. With various views on freedom to learn, Arido Nature School can be an illustration of the application of the concept of freedom to learn in school by shaping character through values in religions, norm, and adjustment to school management components. That's our presentation, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so sorry for our mistakes. Thank you very much for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much for the presenters. I think we have learned a lot about being school leaders, especially to those who are aspiring to be ones. Now we've got one question for the 8 presenters. The question comes from Andriano Sibutar-Butar. And the question is it possible to conduct freedom program on the regular school or non-nature school? One more time, the question is it possible to conduct freedom program on regular schools or non-nature schools? We're going to call the presenter one more time for Suci Sari Nur Zubaida, Muhammad Fauzi, Fitri Andika, Ilham Farisandi, or Didi Pramono probably can answer the question. To the presenter, probably you can unmute the microphone first or speak louder because we cannot hear your voice.
Thanks for the question.
Can you please speak louder for the presenters? We barely hear your voice.
Or the concept can conduct in formal school or non-nature school. So we describe about how
Thank you so much. We would like to apologize one more time for the technical problem. Now we're going to move on to another topic, which is quite related to the previous one and also related to those who are aspiring to be school leaders. The title of the NIN presentation is Quality Management of Cendekia Harapan School, Implementation of One Roof School System by Juwaria Muqtadir and Lydia Sandra.
Quality Management of Cendekia Harapan School, Implementation of One Roof School System. One of the problems in the educational sector related to the problem of the quality of education in Indonesia today is that the level of education quality is still low and far from the expectation of society as stakeholders and customer of education as well as the ideals of legislation in our country. One of the efforts that school can do is to carry out the management of the quality of a school. Purpose of this study was to analyze the quality management at Cendekia Harapan School. This is a descriptive qualitative research with field research focusing on the quality management of Cendekia Harapan School. Data was collected and was analyzed by NVIVO 12 program to describe the quality management of Cendekia Harapan School. The result shows that the quality management of Cendekia Harapan can be categorized into three aspects, namely aspect of input, process, and output. The input aspects of the quality management at Cendekia Harapan School consists of the strategic market, source of funds, culture, and human resource qualification. Aspect of the process consists of service, leadership, human resource performance and commitment, new students admission systems, innovative programs, pathway, and learning characteristic. Meanwhile, the output aspect consists of the competence of graduates, students' performance, and school achievement. Beside the variable outlined in the quality management model at Cendekia Harapan School, the result will also show a difference between findings in previous studies with the conceptual framework and the quality management system implemented in Cendekia Harapan School. Variables that haven't been found in previous research and have turned out to be components in quality management at Cendekia Harapan School are strategic market, human resource commitment, services, new students admission system, innovative programs, students pathway management, learning characteristic, the proposed curriculum, school achievement, brand image, and trust. These variables directly or indirectly affects the quality of school through customer satisfaction. Based on the result of the interview, more strategic market change and demand or expectation of parents is due to regular parental training conducted by Cendekia Harapan School. Parents training is carried out in parents and teachers as learners or pulse programs. The discussion can cover any areas such as child development, understanding child psychology, educating children at home, and so on in accordance with educational issue at school and at home. The purpose of market adjustment in this case, the parents of students, is to optimize customer satisfaction through various services needed in accordance with the objective of national education. Choosing the right market that is in accordance with the vision, mission, and goals of the school, as well as the goals of national education, can improve product quality, in this case, the quality of schools. The existence of an innovative school programs has an impact of customer satisfaction because they exceed both nationally and internationally competencies standard of graduates. For the strategic market of Cendekia Harapan School, the competence and quality of good graduates is objective in accordance with the paradigm of parents toward education. However, they have the same viewpoint of the ultimate goals of education, which is to enable children to survive independently in the face of future challenges. As a vision of the future, high academic competence is not an orientation of needs at work, but skills and attitude that encourage the development of new ideas are important in the future. Therefore, Cendekia Harapan School customers are very satisfied
with the input from Cendikarapan's innovative programs that have an impact on the development of skills and attitudes of the students.
Thank you so much. So I think the presenter has covered a lot of and answered our questions regarding quality management. Now we're going to see whether there is any questions or not to the NINT presenter. Oh, okay. There is one question for the NINT presenter. The questions comes from Made Laba. And the question, could you give us more details on quality management in that school? Like, for example, the input, the process, or the output? I hope the presenter is ready.
Yeah, thank you for the questions. As it is mentioned in the presentation before, we have three main points of the quality management. The first is input, and then the second one is process aspect, and the output aspect. And as the process aspect, input aspect is more into the input of the students that we select in the beginning of the process of enrollment. In the process, for the process variable, we have the learning process and the quality of the process of quality improvement, and also the process of QC, quality control. And in the variable of output, we have continuous control management by the quality control and the quality assurance team. I think that's a few of the variables that we have analyzed in our research. We have also another variables that have been mentioned in the presentation, but I will not explain everything as it is already been in the presentation.
Thank you so much for the answer. Now we're coming to the last presentation for today's parallel session, for the third parallel session, I mean. The title is really related to the 21st century skills learning. And the title is Panca Pramana Cycle-Based Science Learning Model for Promoting the 21st Century Skills Learning by Igede Astawan, Nice Mailani Asril, Loh Ayu Tirtayani, Niwayan Surya Mahayanti, Kade Eva Krishna Adnyani, and Iketut Resike Artane.
Morning everyone, welcome to our presentation. Let me introduce myself. My name is Nice Mailani Asril. I'm from Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha, Bali, Indonesia. I would like to present our research with the title Panca Pramana Cycle-Based Science Learning Model for Promoting 21st Century Skills Learning. The author of this research are Igede Astawan, myself, Loh Ayu Tirtayani, Niwayan Surya Mahayanti, Kade Eva Krishna Adnyani, and Iketut Resike Artane. Education is closely related to culture. This can be seen from the function of education, which is to empower human potential to inherit, build, develop culture and future civilizations. Until now, we know that the implementation of science education in Indonesia tends to adopt Western culture. Science curriculum suitable for formal schools, from kindergarten or TK Taman Kanak-kanak until elementary school or SD atau sekolah dasar and to higher education, is adopted based on Western culture. This shows the independence of the Indonesian nation in science education. As a result of the misleading educational practices of Western culture, which are not necessarily compatible with the nation's own cultural pattern, it has been proven successful in forming hedonistic consumptive route of foreign products and inferior to domestic products. Another implication can be seen from the low quality of education in Indonesia. Pancapramana is ways of learning in accordance with the pedagogic of local wisdom which is presented in one branch of Hindu philosophy, namely Nawa Darsana or Mimamsa Darsana. The source of knowledge consists of 5 types. We call it Pancapramana, namely Pratyaksa or perception, Anumana or inference, Upamana or comparative, Sabda or verbal testimony, and Arthapati or postulation. The Pancha-Pramana concept above can be used as a systematic learning cycle in obtaining scientific knowledge or truth. This learning cycle can be started from one of the pramana and then followed by the other pramana. The choice of a cycle can be adjusted to the characteristics of the material being taught. Research purposes for this research, the study aimed to analyze the needs to develop a science learning model based on the Pancha-Pramana learning cycle to improve the 21st century skills of elementary school student teachers. We call it here PGSD or Pendidikan Guru Sekolah Dasar. The study population was PGSD or primary teacher education students and PGSD lecturers who taught science courses. And the technique of sampling with the purposive sampling with 107 students and 9 lecturers were recruited. The method used in this research is a survey study by distributing questionnaires. The findings for this research, the results show that developing a science learning model based on the Pancha-Pramana learning cycle is needed in designing meaningful learning for students, especially in improving 21st century skills. The average score of students' responses about local wisdom learning development was 80.61 in the excellent category. The lecturer's average score regarding developing the Pancha-Pramana learning model was 88.89 in the outstanding category. The conclusion for this research, students and lecturers support developing a science learning model based on the Pancha-Pramana learning cycle. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm looking forward for the discussion session.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I believe that our global audience has learned a lot about Pancha-Pramana through the last presentation today. Now we're going to see whether we have any questions or not regarding the last presentation for the third parallel session. The question comes from Sandra Paramita, and the question is, among all of the Balinese Hindu values, do you have any specific reasons why you choose the principle of Pancha-Pramana for science learning model? I would like to repeat the question one more time. Among all of the Balinese Hindu values, do you have any specific reasons why you choose the principle of Pancha-Pramana for the science learning model? I hope the presenter is ready. Okay, it seems that our presenters for the last presentation have also technical issues. Now we arrive at the end of the third parallel session. I would like to thank you for all the participations coming from our participants and also the presenters today. And I would like to apologize for any technical issues that we have had during this third parallel session. Lastly, I would like to give back the next session to the MC.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mandala. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to conduct our parallel session. We would like to remind you that the certificates will be sent to participants after filling out feedback form in the conversation box. Thus, we are emphasizing that the certificates will be sent after the participants filling out the feedback form. All right, without any further ado, our last parallel session will be moderated by the one and only Mrs. Nietzsche Mailani Asril, MPSI, PhD psychologist. To Mrs. Nietzsche, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much for the Master of Ceremony. Thank you for the time for me. My name is Nietzsche Melanie Asril, and I will be the moderator for this last parallel session. For this session, it's same with the third parallel session. This is our last parallel session for this conference, and we have 10 video presenters here. The discussion session will be conducted after each presentation, and like the usual presentation, you can send your question on chat box. So there are 10 parallel presenter here, and I will start from the first presenter. The title is The title is Improving Student Arithmetic Ability Through Interactive Multimedia Development on Mathematics Competencies of Third Grade Elementary School Students. And the author are Adrianus Iwayan Ilya Yuda Sukmana, Desa Putu Parmiti, and Ketut Pujawan. So let's watch the first presenter.
Om Swastiastu, Salam Harmoni. Let me introduce myself. My name is Adrianus Ilwayan Ilya Yuda Sukmana. On this occasion, I will present the result of my research with my colleague, Mrs. Desa Putu Parmiti and Mr. Ketut Pujawan. Our research title is Improving Student Arithmetic Ability through Interactive Multimedia Development on Mathematics Competencies of Third Grade Elementary School Student. The background of our research is 1. Mathematics has always been specter because of its abstract characteristic. 2. The limitation of student ability in understanding the concept of arithmetic operation. 3. To solve this problem, learning media is needed to attract student interest to learn and motivation by visualizing abstract material. The objective of our research is to examine the effectiveness of interactive multimedia in improving the arithmetic operation skills of third grade elementary school students. This research is a development research that uses the ADDI model, which consists of analyze, design, develop, implementation, and evaluation that takes place in each puzzle. And research subject. The research subject in expert review stage consists of 1 content expert, 1 learning design expert, 1 instructional media expert, 3 students as individual test subject, 12 students as small group subject, 34 students as subject of product effectiveness test. And the hypothesis of this research is there are differences in student learning outcomes before using interactive multimedia learning and after using interactive multimedia learning. At the testing phase, this development product goes through 3 testing phases, namely the media validity test include content expert review, media expert review, and learning design expert review. Second, product trial phase include individual testing and small group testing. And final phase is product effectiveness test phase. The following shows that the result of product development that were successfully developed. This is the opening of the product, and then this is home page views, and this is content page views, and this evaluation page views. Implementation. The implementation phase of this research is carried out in the form of testing. The data from the result of this study are presented in the table below. The table that presents the expert review result shows that all experts give response that this product is very well qualified. And then the individual testing also get the same response. 3 respondents who come from individual trial students give a very good response, where the average individual trial score was 94. Next, from individual trial, then small group trial was carried out. Based on the table that presents the result of the small group trial, it shows that the average value of student response is 93.67, and this is in the very good quality. The next test, and which is the most important stage of this research, is effectiveness product testing. The product effectiveness test was carried out by non-parametric statistical test using the Wilcoxon method. From the analysis using the Wilcoxon method, the probability value, p-value, that has been obtained is 0.001, which is smaller than the critical research threshold, that is 0.05. Thus, the alternative hypothesis of this study can be accepted. So it can be said that there are differences in student learning outcome before using interactive multimedia learning and after using interactive multimedia learning. Conclusion. The conclusion of this study is interactive multimedia learning in mathematics is effective to improving the arithmetic operation ability of third grade elementary school students. This is evidenced by the result of the analysis through the Wilcoxon method, which shows a significant difference between student learning outcome before and after using multimedia, through by p-value 0.001, which is lower than 0.05 on a same sign to tail. Thank you. That's our research result that I can present. I close this presentation with Paramo Santi. Om Santi 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 Om.
Om Santi Santi Om. Thank you very much for Mr. Yuda for the video presentation. So we will now open the discussion portion. There are any question for Mr. Yuda? No? Okay, thank you. So we will move to the next presenter. The title for this presentation is The Development of Educational Video to Deliver Topics in Japanese Sociolinguistics Course from Kade Eva Krishna Atnyani, Gede Satya Hermawan, and Iwayan Satnyana. Let's watch the video.
Hello everyone, this is the video presentation for ICTES 2020 and the topic is the development of educational videos to deliver topics in Japanese sociolinguistics course. The aim of study was to develop appropriate educational videos for the Japanese sociolinguistic course in the Japanese Language Education Department, Undiksa. The method used was MDLC with 6 stages: concept, design, material collecting, assembly, testing, and distribution. The data collection was carried out by semi-structured interviews and mixed questionnaires, close-ended followed by open-ended questions. The subjects involved in the study were one content expert and one media expert. The objects developed in the study were 4 educational videos on various sociolinguistic topics. Based on the validation by the expert of material, it is obtained the following results. We can see the results of the quality of contents, which included accuracy, confirmable, comprehensive, systematic, up-to-date, reference list included, and bias-free. And here we can see the benefit of content, which included easy to understand, useful, motivational, stimulate curiosity, and stimulate active learning. Based on the validation by the expert of media, it is obtained the following results. We can see the result of instructional plan, stated the objectives, content presentation, learner application, learner reflection, met the objectives, interactive, and easily integrated. And here are the technical production aspects, which included general design, focus on intended content, visual quality, audio quality, and audio-visual relationship. The results of the assessment of experts are later calculated and converted using the following formula. The findings suggested that based on the assessment results of experts of material and media, the videos were determined as very good and could be used with revision. Thank you. Do you have any questions?
Okay, thank you very much for Miss Eva for your presentation. So there are one question for Miss Eva and friends from Laxmi. The question is, what do you think are the challenges of using educational video to deliver topics in Japanese sociolinguistics course? So Mrs. Eva, are you here with us?
Okay, test. Good afternoon. Can you hear?
Miss Eva. So
can you hear me? Okay.
Okay, yes, we can hear you. So you can answer the question directly.
Okay. Thank you very much, Miss Nietzsche. So, what is the challenges of using educational videos? I found 2 challenges, which are first, the topic are so various and it's also wide, so it's a bit difficult to make it comprehensive. That's what we found in the questionnaire. And also the second one, learners are still find it difficult to apply the information because we learn about Japanese sociolinguistics, but because we are now in Indonesia, so they find it difficult to really applied the information they saw on the videos on their daily life. So that's our challenges. Thank you very much for the question.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Eva. So I hope Laksmi can hear your answer. So we will move to the another presenter for the title Development of Assessment Instruments for Mathematics Learning Result in Grade 4 Elementary School. The author for this presentation are Niputu Krismayanti Sentana Putri, Niwayan Arini, and Luhputu Putrini Mahadewi. So let's watch the presentation.
Om Swastiastu. My name is Niputu Krismayanti Sentana Putri, and I'd like to share the article entitled Development of Assessment Instrument for Mathematics Learning Result in Grade 4 Elementary School. First of all, I'd like to introduce you about education. Education is a forum for forming basic skill emotionally and intellectually. The basic education obtained in elementary school serves as the basis for laying out student knowledge and as a scientific foundation. The lessons provided in elementary school include 5 compulsory subjects, namely science, social science, mathematics, Indonesian, and PPKN. Mathematics is a continuous subject, meaning that the material studied is the initial foundation for further material given to students. In this case, I found some problem based on observation, interview, and document recording. Then, the solution for all of that problem is the development of assessment instrument for mathematics learning result in grade 4 elementary school. Based on the theoretical review, there is some theory that I used to find a solution for the problem, such as mathematics learning outcomes, assessments of mathematics learning outcomes, type of assessment instrument, development style assessment instrument, validity and reliability. Besides of theoretical review, I also found some relevant study of research results that support this, such as the research result from Setiawan DKK 2017, Pratiwi 2015, and the last one from Fitriani 2018. Method. The design of this research used 4G model, and the subject of this research are 79 students from some elementary school, such as SDN 2 Subagan, SDN 3 Subagan, and SDN 6 Bukbuk in cluster 5 Karangasem. For the design of the research, use variable identification and variable definition. The research procedure divided into 4 steps, such as step definition, step design, step development, and step dissemination. Method of collecting data. I use interview and document recording to check the stage of developing mathematics learning outcome assessment instrument. Then I use questionnaire and test to check the validity of learning outcome assessment instrument. Then I use the test to check the reliability of the mathematics learning outcomes assessment instrument. After collecting the data, we get some instrument, such as journal or agenda for instrument development stage. Then we have questionnaire and result test device learn for validity instrument testing. Then we have result test device learn for instrument reliability. For the data analysis method, please kindly the detail on the screen. In the research result report, there are 4 points. The content validity was above our table, 0.227, namely 0.5244. The third one, 20 questions were declared valid and only 5 items were declared invalid from a total of 25 questions. The last one, reliability coefficient amounted to 0.94 and is a very category high. Conclusion. So the final conclusion is the instruments are suitable to be used as an accurate assessment tool. Thank you. Om Santi 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 Om.
Okay, thank you very much for the video, but because the technical issue from the video, so we can hear very correctly the sound. So there are any question for this presenter? So I don't see the question, so we will move to the next video presentation. The next video presentation is from Ketut Senmai, Gede Wirabayu, and Made Sumantri. The title is Effectiveness Quantum Teaching Model in Civics Learning of Students Elementary School. So let's watch the video.
Hello, good morning everyone. I'm Ketut Senmai. I'm from Basic Teacher Education Study Programs, Department of Basic Education, Faculty of Science Education, Ganesha Education University, Singaraja. In this time, I want to tell you about effectiveness quantum teaching model in elementary school students' civic learning. What is quantum teaching? Quantum teaching means changing various interaction in students into something that is useful both for themselves and for others. And there are 10 of the advantage of quantum teaching. At the first is it can guide and direct students' thinking. And the second, center on what students experience in the learning process. In the third, grow and cause students desire to learn. And the fourth, creating a sense of cooperation between students. In the fifth, offering a learning process that is fun and easy for students to understand. At the sixth, creating a sense of cooperation between students. And the seventh, creating enjoyable learning. And the eighth, motivating students to continue to develop. And in the ninth, students free of expression. And the last are and the tenth, foster a sense of idealism, passion, and love of teaching in teacher. And then the result. At the first, this meta-analysis research years research conducted by Martini et al. 2013, entitled The Effect of Social Problem-Based Quantum Teaching Learning Model on Civic Learning Outcomes of Class 4 SD Cluster 8 Gianyar students obtained data from interviews, document recording, and observation. The data obtained from the result of interviews were carried out with the homeroom teacher, the principal, and a number of grade 4 students at SDN Gugus at Gianyar Panarukan districts as follows. Number 1. The methods commonly used by teachers are lecture, question and answer, and assignment methods. Number 2. In school, still using conventional learning strategies. Number 3. Civic student learning outcomes are still below average. Number 4. Students' understanding of the material being studied is still lacking. Number 5. Students are less active in learning. And number 6. Learning conditions are less conducive because teachers still use conventional learning strategies. Based on the result of the research and discussion that has been previously presented, it can be concluded that overall from the result of relevant research studies that have been calculated using meta-analysis, the quantum teaching learning model is able to improve student civic learning outcomes in the experimental group that is larger than the control group. This shows that the quantum teaching learning model is effective and teaching is suitable for use in civic learning. I think enough for these presentations. Thanks for your attention. Good morning.
Okay, thank you very much for Ketut and Mai who are giving the video presentation for the conference. So, there are any question for this video? Okay, so there are no questions here. So we will move the next video presentation. This is the fifth video presenter. The title is The Effect of the Think Pair Share or TPS Cooperative Learning Model assisted with the sociodrama method on IPS learning outcomes. The authors are Desa Ketut Eni Sapitri, Dr. Andes Made Sumantri MPD, Niwayan Rati SPD MPD. Let's watch the video.
Om Swastiastu. In this video, I will present about my article. In the title is The Effect of the Think for Yourself TPS Cooperative Learning Model Assisted with the Sociodrama Method on IPS Learning Outcome by Desa Ketut Eni Sapitri and editor by GRS Madisumati MPD and Niwayan Rati SPD MPD. And the first, I will explain for our abstract. This research intended to obtain the significant effect of the learning model think pressure assisted by the drama method or learning outcome IPS grade student 5 cluster 6 district 2019 or 2020 academic year. This research is a research quest experiment by design post-test on the control group design. The population in this study are all 50 grade students of elementary cluster 6 district 2019 or 2020 academic year with totally 137 students. Samples were taken by technical random sampling. The sample in this study, namely 50 grade students once elementary country for Fatman as an experimental group totaling 26 students and grade 5 elementary country 1 Ungan totaling 26 students as the control group keywords such as study learning outcome, person, social. Our next part is introduction. IPS Talk Elementary School intended for students to become good human beings and citizens as expected by themselves, their parents, social, and religion. The essence of social study learning in school is the presentation of a number of five concepts and generalization to form an understanding that is useful for survival. From this opinion, it can be concluded that IPS is a learning that began to be taught in elementary school which contain a number of vague concepts and generalization to form good citizen identity that is useful for their survival and in society. And next track is methods. The total population is 137 people. The total population was obtained from all grade 5 students at elementary Gugus 6 Sri district to determine the equivalent of academic ability of grade 5 student elementary Gugus 6 Sri district. Researchers use audit out semester learning outcome to test the equivalent by using one-way ANOVA. One-way ANOVA is intended to determine whether there is a difference in the average score of the end of semester test on the IPS code material. Previously, the data was assumed to come from an already distributed population. Here is the result. The data obtained in this study were grouped into two groups, namely post-test data and study learning outcome of study in this average group and post-test data on student learning outcome in the control group. The study learning outcome of in experimental group obtained post-test on 26 students saw that the high score was 28 and the lowest score was 19.
So we are sorry for the technical issue because the video is the lack of sound. So we will stop the video. I found one question for the presenter from Satria Wijaya. In this era of distance
What
learning,
is discussion?
share or TPS cooperative learning model to ensure the success of IPS learning outcome. So the presenter, are you here with us in Zoom meeting? The presenter here with us in Zoom meeting? There are one question for the presenter from Satria Wijaya. In this era of distance learning, how to conducting peer share or TPS cooperative learning model to ensure the success of IPS learning outcome. Okay, there are no presenter here with us, so maybe the person who are giving the question can directly send the email to the presenter and you can see the email on the book of abstract. Okay, so we will move to the next video presentation. We are moved to the next video presentation. The title is, the title is Development of TSTS Cooperative Model Learning Devices in the Science Study Content, Theme 7, Class 4 Elementary School. So the presentation will be from the Ima De Hari Palgunadi Mahardika, Igusti Ayu Tri Agustiana, Adrianus Iwayan Ilya Yuda Sukmana. So please watch the video.
My title is Development of the STS Cooperative Model Learning Device in the Science Study Content, Theme 7, Class 4 Primary School. And my name is Madehari Palgunadi Mahardika and name 1611031265. 1. To abstract. The purpose of this study is to develop learning tools based on the two-state-to-straight type of cooperative learning model on the content of science lesson, time 7 grade 4 elementary school in Jembrana regions. The intended learning device consists of 1 syllabus, 2 learning implementation plan, and study worksheet. The research design as in the study is research development of often known as development research, using the development model in this study, namely 4D. The stage of the 4D development model are divided into 4, namely define, design, develop, and disseminate. Introduction. Hope, reality, and solution. And hope knowledge, technology system, science, and students. Online interview result, SAPI, and solution model cooperative type to stay to stray. Identification of problem. 1. Lost learning activities innovative. 2. Not yet available science learning tool. And 3. The learning tool owned by the teacher are still incomplete. And method. Research development model, research producer development, product trial, data collection method and instrument, and method and technique data analysis. 1. 2. Research development model, development design and research development. 2. Research product development, define, design, and develop. Product trial, trial design, research subject, and type of data. 3. Method of collection data, data collection instrument, and instrument validity test. And 4. Analysis descriptive, qualitative, and analysis quantitative. Result and discussion. 1. Product development result, presentation of expert test, data result, and of data analysis product revision. Discussion of research result. 1. The defined stake is the stake for determining the need for development. 2. The design stake is a way to develop a product to be made in the form of the learning tool format such as a syllabus, lesson plan, and more defined and innovative student worksheet. 3. The developed stake is the stake that developed in the form of a syllabus, lesson plan, and student worksheet. Conclusion. Based on the result of research and discussion, get the average value of learning tool based on the two-stage type of cooperative learning model on the subject matter of science 17 class 4 primary school in Jembrana regions. The score obtained from the learning tool that were converted to the 5 scale standard of reference of assessment. All the learning tools when categorized are very good, so that all learning device are categorized is very good. Thank you, Om Santi Santi Om.
Okay, you are welcome. So we will move to the next presenter. The presenter are Imade Tegeh, Inyoman Jampel, and Igedewawan Sudate. The presentation title is Reading Literation Strategies Applied by Lecturers in Learning at the Faculty of Education, Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha. So let's watch the video presentation.
For the all participants, the second International Conference on Technology and Educational Science. Introduce myself. My name is Imade Tegeh from Faculty of Education, Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha. I want to present my paper with topic Reading Literation Strategies Applied by Lecture in Learning at the Faculty of Education, Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha. My team member are Inyoman Jampel and Igedewawan Sudata. Introduction. The first, the reading literacy culture is also felt to be lacking among students. Number 2, reading has not become a necessity and habit for most students. Number 3, students prefer to play online games, chat, use social media, and watch YouTube rather than reading books, both hard copy and soft copy. And 4, the average number of hours spent reading books in a day is still very minimal, which is less than 2 hours. Method. This is a result of survey. The population of the study were 57 lectures and 490 students of semester 3 and 5 of the Faculty of Education, Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha. The research sample selected by purposive random sampling was 32 lectures and 200 students who were spread over 4 study programs. The data collection techniques used were questionnaire and interview. The data analysis used quantitative descriptive analysis and qualitative descriptive analysis. Result. There are 5 results. Our research. There were 11 strategies applied by a lecture in reading literacy. There were various problem faced by a lecture in implementing reading literacy. The lectures had implemented various solutions in solving reading literacy problems. The students are most interested in reading in print form. 66.82%. In soft copy, 28.81%. And finally, those who are interested in other types of reading, 3.37%. There are 20 problem faced by students in reading literacy activities. Ladies and gentlemen, now discussion and conclusion. There were 11 strategies applied by lecturers in reading literacy. Assign students to read chapter or section of literature plus number 1, classical discussion and question and answer. Number 2, create presentation media. Number 3, make a summary of the material. Number 4, making papers. Number 5, make a concept map or mind map. Number 6, retelling the content of the chapter. Number 7, answering the quiz. Number 8, create a chapter synopsis. Number 9, make a book synopsis. Number 10, make questions. Number 11, group or individual reports. There were various problems faced by lecturers in implementing reading literacy. There are 20 problems. And there are 3 dominant problems. Number 1, student low reading interest. Number 2, most of the quality reading material are in English, so that students have difficulty understanding the content of the reading. Number 3, low student literacy awareness. Ladies and gentlemen, next, the lecturers had implemented various solutions in solving reading literacy problem. There are 34 solutions that have been taken and applied by lecturers in learning, such as motivation, reward, individual and group assessment. Next, the students are most interested in reading in printed form, in soft copy, and finally, those who are interested in other types of reading. Why students like to printing material? The reason number 1, easier to understand. Number 2, easy to marks. Number 3, easy to read. Number 4, easy to learn. And number 5, more comfortable. There are 20 problems faced by students in reading literacy activities. There are 6 dominant problems. The material is less clear and difficult to understand, easily bored or sleepy, no material to read or a lack of reading material, lazy to read, less reading time or less time dividing, and lack of interest in reading. Conclusion, the results show that number 1, there were 11 strategies applied by a lecture in reading literacy. Number 2, there were various problems faced by lectures in implementing reading literacy. Number 3, the lectures had implemented various solutions in solving reading literacy problem. Number 4, the students of the Faculty of Education are most interested in reading in printed form. And number 5, there are 20 problems faced by students in reading literacy activities. Thank you very much for your attention. See you later again. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for Mr. Teguh for your wonderful presentation. So I found one question from the attendees from Santana Sudipa. The question is, when do you think is the right time to create a reading environment for our younger generation in order to enhance the reading culture in Indonesia? So Mr. Teguh, are you here with us? So the question is from Santana Sudipa. When do you think is the right time?
Thank you for your question. Thank you. Reading literacy can start on child or children in the kindergarten. It's about 3 until 6 years old, because the children is the good interest about literacy. Then teacher and parent will start teach child to start literacy from early childhood. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for Mr. Teguh for your answer. So the early childhood is the important stage for starting to create reading environment. Okay, thank you for your answer. So we will move to the next presenter. So we have Doni Rian Junior and Lydia Sandra. The title is Ki Hajar Dewantara's Educational Philosophy Among and Students' Academic Performance. So let's watch the video.
Okay, so this is paper ID 73, Ki Hajar Dewantara's Educational Philosophy, the Among Concept and Students' Academic Performance. This research, we will describe an overview of the implementation of Ki Hajar Dewantara's educational philosophy and the concept of Among itself in the school of Cendekia Harapan in Bali does it influence the students' academic performance in general when we implement that concept of among?
According to Ki Hajar Dewantara, the purpose of education is to liberate a human being. The free man that he meant is a human being whose mind does not depend on others and rests on its own strength. In education, it must always be remembered that this freedom is threefold kinds, namely being independent, being not rely on others, and can manage for himself. This means the aims and objectives of teaching and education is supposed to be liberating a human being both physically and mentally. With the motto of Tutwuri Handayani, to provide the broad range of freedom extend to the child as long as there is no imminent danger, schools are supposed to be carried out with related activities and conduct conformity to the nature of the child. Learning is carried out with combining local culture with fun, flexible, full of joy, educational program for students' character and competence development. In line with the government policy Merdeka Belajar, freedom of learning that was rolled out in Cendekia Harapan School, Bali, has been proven effectively increasing students' academic performance. We call it CH way of learning. CH stands for Cendekia Harapan School. Emphasizing the freedom of among in each student, teachers' role as pamong are to facilitate students to realize their greatest potential. Using a qualitative approach, observation and interviews, a way of learning model is formulated. This is then later called CH ways of learning, which combines elements of interest, talent, individual speed, learning styles, and games into a fun and productive learning model. CH way of learning cycle is started with what we call CH maker's journey, where they can choose level of how many subjects are integrated, as well as choosing specialties or area of products or outcome that they would like to produce. Afterwards, a supervisor will be dedicated to supervise a student along the journey, of course related to supervisor's expertise. Students then do the process of making of their products, and during the making process they can collect and redeem points based on their progress. This way students can get feedback and reward at the same time, which stimulates them to do even better and better for the next process. For the assessment, students can choose their preferred way of assessment also, whether it will be conducted as written assessment, as a project presentation, or as a product demo. This will usually be related with their style of learning. So this way of learning is improved along the way and will always be improved continuously based on all stakeholders' feedback as well as products or output and outcome analysis. The longitudinal results of this 2-year study has shown that students who choose to use this learning method are happier and more satisfied with their performance, which of course correlates with their academic performance and their achievements.
Okay, thank you very much for the presenter. So there are any question for this presenter? Okay, I don't see the question, so we will move to the next video presentation. The title is Fatherhood and Children's Remote Learning During COVID-19 Pandemic, a narrative inquiry of Balinese full-time dads. So the author are Niwayan Surya Mahayanti, Luh Ayu Tirtayani, Kade Eva Krishna Apnyani, Igede Astawan, and Iketut Resika Artana. Let's watch the video.
Hi everyone, good morning. Welcome to the second International Conference on Technology and Educational Science. My name is Surya. On the behalf of my team, I would like to share a research paper entitled Fatherhood and Children's Remote Learning During COVID-19 Pandemic, a narrative inquiry of Balinese full-time dad. As a part of strong patriarchy culture, Balinese men's involvement in parenthood deals with their self-concept and self-identity. The concept of fatherhood has explored how the production of masculinities influences and challenges fathering practices. Fathers often choose to care for their children in masculine ways that prioritize developing friendships, teaching life lessons, and engaging in active play. Several studies have been conducted by many experts related with the issue of fatherhood, parenting styles, and father-child activities. Although there has been a growing literature discussed about fatherhood in many cultural settings, the study focusing on how men in strong patriarchy culture transmits their full-time fatherhood is still limited. Besides, the emergency shifting of learning due to COVID-19 pandemic convey more challenges to cope. This study was a personal narrative inquiry with a Balinese full-time dad as the participant. The data were collected through in-depth interview and parenting style questionnaire distribution. After the data has been collected, collaborative thematic narrative analysis was done. The findings showed that the participant tended to be authoritative but mostly permissive in his parenting style. Besides, he also has positive perception related with the fatherhood. He mentioned that he has responsibility in fulfilling half of his children's heart with his full involvement. He added that he only has one strategy to cope with the fatherhood challenge, that is sticking with the routine schedule, but still give the children freedom to explore more. As his reaction towards society's responses, he said that he proudly shared that he is a full-time dad. It is worth to quit the job for becoming a part of the children's growing. Related with the remote learning activities, he mentioned that the online learning during COVID-19 pandemic is not maximally efficient in building children's knowledge and skills if there is no extra effort and attachment from parents. Further, as the case in this study, plays essential role in guiding and fulfilling the lack of interaction compared with face-to-face learning. Having authoritative with permissive parenting style in some situation, the participant of this study can manage his children's remote learning activities with scheduled learning and freedom to explore their learning if needed. By regularly sharing their feelings and stories, the children become more critical and curious. The curiosity then leads them to be more autonomous, and he mentioned that direct instruction was not needed. As the conclusion, we can mention that parenting styles, father perception on his role, his coping strategy, and responses from society also gives impact on the children-father attachment and also quality of the remote learning process. As the implication, parental involvement with any parenting style is vital to be considered, especially during this COVID-19 pandemic, because it is parents who are the keys to educational success, not teacher. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Surya Mahayanti. So I found one question from Johan Prakasa. What is the role difference between mother and father in promoting remote learning among their children during COVID-19 pandemic? So, Mrs. Surya, are you here with us? Okay, Mrs. Surya not here. So maybe Johan Prakasa can directly send the email to asking this question. You can find the email address on the book of abstract. So we will move to the last presenter for our parallel session. So the last presenter is Mrs. Lydia Sandra, and the title is Interaction of Self-Concept and Online Identity. So let's watch the video.
Paper ID 71, Interaction of Self-Concept and Online Identity. The interaction of self-concept and online identity is the analysis unit of this research. This research aims to gain an understanding of the psychological dynamics of the interaction, self-concept and online identity among late childhood, adolescent, and young adult internet users in Indonesia. Like we know, like right now, the number of internet users in Indonesia is increasing so much.
Interaction of self and online identity can be defined as interaction between selves in the real world with self in cyberspace. This interaction performs both negative and positive impact on human. Indonesian media highlighted the increasing victims due to the use of Facebook and other social media as early as February 2010. And increasing the numbers until right now. New modes of crime occurred such as identity fraud, defamation, phishing for bank customers. But despite these negative impacts of the internet, other studies show many positive impacts might also occur due to this interaction. Internet provides excellent opportunity for children to express themselves and develop a sense of social and sexual knowledge. Self-expression through online identity found to be consistent with theories of social formation. Online identities can be used as a tool for exploring aspects of selves, facilitating greater self-awareness and becoming Applying a concurrent mixed method, this research answers two main questions. How is the interaction of self-concept and online identity of the internet users in Indonesia? And second one, how is the psychological dynamics of the interaction? Quantitative data was collected using questionnaires and skills, while qualitative using observation, interviews, and focus group discussion. Analysis for the quantitative data involve cross-tabulation, exploratory factor, ANOVA discriminant, multidimensional scaling, and SAM analysis, while qualitative using grounded theory analysis. This research was conducted toward internet users in Indonesia from late childhood, teenagers, and young adult age category in 3 big cities in Indonesia, which are Jakarta, Yogyakarta, and Denpasar. So results shows that the interaction of self-concept and online identity is a cycle of identity construction consisting of 5 elements, namely goal, activity, object, outcome, and impact. Psychological factors found in this interaction are self-exploration, impression management, self-exposure, interaction manifest, interaction consideration, perceived social influence, perceived value of the internet, and perceived value of the internet impact. So the dynamic of interaction of self-concept and online identity among internet users can be explained as follows. A. Self-concept is the strongest variable to influence the interaction character and give impact on one's psychological well-being. Well, research also found that the psychological factors of the interaction among late childhood, adolescent, and young adult demonstrated significant difference in the choice of interaction, interaction consideration, self-exploration, and self-exposure. Child see this interaction just like playing. Identity exploration was just conducted for being fresh, to be able to fit in with the desired social environment. Boys tend to play online games, while girls love doing socialization in social networking sites, serving her idle activities. Teens see this interaction mainly for social affair and exploring identity to find the best suited identity. While adolescents do social communication activities, early adulthood focuses on social activities as well as using internet as instrumental or communication tool. Adults perform the interaction with the consideration of cost and benefit or efficiencies as well as social status.
Okay, that's the presentation from Mrs. Lydia Sandra. So I found one question from Vina Firstia. The question is, people are sometimes disuse their identity on social media, but lately TikTok is very popular and it seems that people are more open on TikTok than in real life. In your opinion, how can a social media like TikTok encourage people to disclose themselves? So are you here with us, the presenter?
Yes, I'm here. Yes, I'm here. So the questions.
Okay,
Yeah.
please answer the question.
Yeah, so the questions, I guess, how can people disclose themselves more expressively? Well, yeah, according to my research, especially for teenagers until late adulthood, like about 18, they'd like to explore their identities which cannot be explored in real life even. So, well, it is the age of development of identity exploration. So that's one media of expressing and trying different identities. And it's normal. I mean, it's common in real life before there is TikTok or social media. They tried, but sometimes they are shy to express it. But right now we have so many social medias, and but unfortunately, sometimes they present themselves in such a way that they are influenced actually by what they see. I mean, it's not like their own exploration based on the values and so on, but they tried identities based on what they see. And what they see is what they want. That's another circle that is not very good for the current teenagers. But yes, they become more expressive in using the social media because like there is an effect that nobody sees, but actually everybody sees. At the same time, there is an effect that okay, I would like to see whether there are lots of likes, so they're waiting for the likes of it, and then if the friends like it so much, then they keep trying on their kind of identities. So yes, for both sides, whether the identity exploration and also imitation, they would be very expressive with the social media, which can be good and can be bad. That's another topic, I guess. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for Ms. Lydia Sandra for your answer. So that's all for the discussion for our parallel session. I would like to thank for all presenter for this parallel session for the very insightful and wonderful presentation and all for the attendees for the participant in this session. I would like to give back for the next session to MC. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Nietzsche. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have 5 minutes break. And after the session break, we are going to announce the 5 best presenters of the second ICTES 2020, followed by the closing ceremony of the conference. So stay tuned. Thank you.
Web student baru, Bu?
Iya, ini
Undiksa memiliki sejarah yang panjang. Sebuah kursus B1 Bahasa Indonesia untuk mencetak calon guru bahasa Indonesia di sekolah menengah yang didirikan pada tahun 1955 telah berkembang menjadi FKIP Unut pada tahun 1962, STKIP Negeri Singaraja pada tahun 1993, IKIP Negeri Singaraja pada tahun 2001, sampai akhirnya menjadi Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha pada tahun 2006. Undiksa adalah perguruan tinggi yang diberi perluasan mandat. Lembaga pendidikan yang semula dikhususkan untuk mengelola program-program studi kependidikan, mencetak sarjana pendidikan atau calon guru, kemudian diberi kewenangan lebih luas untuk mengelola program-program studi non-kependidikan untuk melahirkan lulusan-lulusan profesional di bidang non-kependidikan dan juga memperkuat bidang pendidikan dalam hal karakter.
Selamat datang di Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha. Visi Undiksa adalah menjadi universitas unggul berlandaskan falsafah kritik di Asia pada tahun 2040. Untuk mencapai visi Undiksa, misi yang disusun adalah menyelenggarakan pendidikan dan pengajaran yang bermartabat untuk menghasilkan sumber daya manusia yang kompetitif, kolaboratif, dan berkarakter. Sedangkan misi yang kedua adalah menyelenggarakan penelitian yang kompetitif, kolaboratif, dan inovatif untuk pengembangan dan penerapan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi. Sedangkan misi yang ketiga, menyelenggarakan pengabdian kepada masyarakat yang kompetitif, inovatif.
Sesuai dengan kewenangan yang diberikan oleh pemerintah, Undiksa mengelola prodi kependidikan dan prodi non-kependidikan berjumlah 62 program studi, baik jenjang diploma, S1, S2, maupun S3 yang terdistribusi ke dalam 8 fakultas dan pasca sarjana. Fakultas Bahasa dan Seni. Fakultas Bahasa dan Seni Undiksa merupakan fakultas yang berfokus pada pengembangan sumber daya manusia, khususnya pada bidang bahasa dan seni. Mahasiswa dibimbing bukan hanya melalui pendidikan teoritis, namun juga pengaplikasian keterampilan bahasa dan seni secara langsung. Fakultas Hukum dan Ilmu Sosial.
good grammar and spelling?
Good afternoon to everyone. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. We have finally come to the final event of the second ICTES 2020, and it is my great pleasure and honor to welcome all of you again this late afternoon. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to announce that the second ICTES 2020 has successfully received 109 papers altogether. Out of that number, 5 presenters have been selected to be the overall best presenters of this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, the following presentations are not ranked since they have been judged to be equally good. So in no particular order, the Best Presenter Award goes to first, Environmental Awareness in Disney's Moana by Niwayandinda Widaswari, Harry Eveling, Nikomang Ariswastini, and Ninyoman Artini. The second paper, Educated Spoken Arabic Essay in the Teaching of Arabic in Indonesia by Nirwansyah. Third, Panca Pramana Cycle-Based Science Learning Model for Promoting 21st Century Skill Learning by Igede Astawan, Nice Mailani, Loh Ayu Tirtayani, Iwan Surya Mahayanti, Kade Eva Krishna Adnyani, and Iketut Resike Arkane. Fourth, Early Childhood Educators' Perspective about National Characters Implementation During Distance by Elina Sitompul. And the last but not the least, Interactional Self-Concept and Online Identity by Lydia Sandra. Congratulations. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the second International Conference on Technology and Educational Science 2020. And on the behalf of all committee members and the colleagues, I would like to express my most gratitude to all the distinguished guests and members of FLOR for making this event a success. We are pleased to remind you again that the certificates will be sent to the participants after filling out the feedback form in the conversation box. So now, I would like to leave you with a good quote by Eleanor Roosevelt, a thinker and an activist who once said, "With the new day comes new strength and new thoughts." Let us all be able to face the new day with new strength and thoughts gained throughout the conference. Thank you very much for your kind attendance and active engagement for the past 2 days. Please forgive us for our shortcomings. Till we meet again, perhaps in the next conference. Thank you very much, and Om Santi 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 Om.